Alright, good morning guys. Just random unplanned stream today. Just thought I'd run it whilst I was working essentially. Christmas is going to be a little bit disrupted I think in terms of trying to get things in, so normal plans and normal routines and stuff don't really count at the moment. I'm still recovering from this god awful cough as well, which frankly I could do without, but hey ho. It's that time of year, isn't it? Okay, so let me just turn the Trogre image off for now. I'm literally just coming up to finish up the imps I worked on a previous stream. So these little dudes need exporting so that they are able to be supported and thrown out into the collection for this month. They're not actually that brightly coloured, these are just the poly groups to make sure that they are their own separate pieces. I'm just going to hide them one at a time. Because I need to just check that I haven't got any like rogue artifacts floating around. So basically by the time I hide this last guy, I want to see this whole collection come back. Yeah, just like that. So I don't have any random quirky bits. I can probably reduce the poly count down a little bit on these because it's quite high at the moment, so it's going to re-dye mesh at a lower resolution. 120, say. Good morning, YouTuber. I have no idea what your name is, unfortunately, but good morning and welcome to the stream. That weird artifacting was just Zbrush kicking off, basically. I was going to undo a couple of times until I get back to. Oh no, I can't go that far back. Right, I'm just going to do a little bit of smoothing on his arm, and I'm going to bring the resolution down to 120, 112. Turn it off, turn it back on again, and hopefully we should see the poly count up here reduce from 33 million to something a bit more reasonable. 2.28. There we go. Detail is all still there, I think, but I don't like the red colour, so let me just check again. So yeah, so I haven't lost any detail. Okay, so now I just need to split the groups. Actually, let's just pre-process this first before I split it. Let's just do the print prep on it now. So it is just pre-processing the file now. Right, so now that's done, we're going to decimate and reduce the poly count further. So we've got 445,000 polys for this whole little impish collection, which is not bad at all. Nice and small file size. Auto group, and I'm going to split groups. And that is going to give me individual images that I can use. So first one, let's rename him to Imp1, or Infernal Imp1 whatever. Infernal Imp1. Copy and paste the name so I haven't got a faff. It's Infernal Imp2 unmasked. So I need this guy to be Infernal Imp2. Let's do the little fat guy here as Infernal Imp3. Again, guys, do excuse the cough. If I feel a big coughing fit coming in, I will mute the microphone and just spare you from it. And obviously I've got the camera omitted today because nobody wants to see me coughing my guts up. So the fat guy is Infernal Imp3. This one is Infernal Imp3 maskless. This is 4. And this one is 4 maskless, I believe. No, it's not. This one is 5. And then this one is 5 maskless. So 5 maskless, if you've not seen this one before, is my Griblet model, but with wings. Okay, so now we've got, let's make sure he's visible still. Got to go and put the ruler in the scene. So the ruler is scaled to 100mm and it's a constant all the time, so that's there right from the very beginning. So when I create the imp base model or whatever base model I'm working with, I start with the ruler in the scene. The base mesh is scaled correctly to 32mm scale, so that would be 10, 20, 30, 32mm. That would be where the eye line would be on a human character. And then after it's posed, the model is still in the correct scale. So as long as this ruler doesn't change size or you don't scale up and down the model in the meantime. You can still make models bigger than 32mm scale when you're doing something like that. But obviously the detail needs to be relative. So if we're doing fur, for example, you don't want to sculpt the fur in 3 or 4 different scales for one consistent kind of like collection of models, because it'll be noticeable and it'll look like you've just bodged the scaling on it. Okay, so with this ruler, it's going to be called ruler. With the ruler selected as the active tool, my Y dimension is set to 100mm. That is there to there. That is 100mm tall. I'm going to export to STL. Now I have, you guys don't see all of this because I've preset all of my STL export settings. I'm going to be doing some tutorials in the new year, some actual tuition sessions, so they'll be set up as a tier on Patreon. And ideally I want to try and run it as a class, so we've got a prospectus kind of written up already. We're going to cover off from start to finish all of the various different bits, and make sure, so if anybody's looking for Zbrush tuition from basic orientation into sculpting and technique and tools and etc., that'll be the kind of thing we'll be offering. If you're looking for something that's more tips, tricks, reviews of your models, you want me to check over any of your work and just give me any critical feedback, there'll be a tier for that as well. And then we're also offering a consultancy service So if you're putting anything into production and you need the models, checking and verifying to make sure that they are 3D printable or that they are castable in resin or in metal, then I can do that as well for you, and that'll be predominantly a kind of a written feedback. So I'll review the models and give you a write-up on it. You'll get a report, and then obviously if you do need models repairing and fixing if there's issues, then you know you can either, I mean ideally you pass it back to the original sculptor, but if that's not an option for any reason, then I can kind of undertake the repairs for you as well. I've had to do that a few times now. Okay, so we're exporting this. We're going to drop it into the miniatures index, no, Patreon, monthly STL releases. And let's just call this Infernal Imps. You'll see the quasits are in there. They do need to be supported still, so I'll be doing that a little bit later as well. Probably not on stream. Okay, right, so there the imps. Imps are exported, ready to rock. Okay, right, so the next sculpt I've got to get working on today is we're going to start with a sphere for this one, just because why not? Even though I normally moan about people saying, oh, I started with a sphere on this. We're going to do the Hellhound. So I'm just going to rotate the camera out so that you see the face up here is on a side profile. So this is the front, this is the back. I'm going to get my X symmetry on, and I am going to just start stretching and deforming this sphere into a kind of Hellhound body shape. So I'm going to work on these Hellhounds. I want them to be quite Cosmic Purge. Hi, how you doing? A new name for me, that is. I haven't seen you here before. Hope you're doing well. So this is going to be just a say the basis of a Hellhound. So I'm gonna rough out the shape at the moment, and then we're going to come back and bring in the details afterwards as a separate pass. What I'll probably do is I'll probably end up chopping his legs off. Let me just dynamesh again, just to keep. I'm gonna dynamesh this quite regularly, just to keep a bit of topology there for me. But yeah, we're gonna go. Oh, I could try that. Let's try Snakehook actually. Let's use Snakehook for this. It's not the best tool for it, but with the dynamic tessellation turned on here, Snakehook would allow me to get this done quite quick and easy, I think. And I can use the inflate tool then to bulk it up where I want it. Okay, so let's bring this all out here. What's my favourite D&D race to play as? Oh, I'm quite boring. I do like to go for human. But if I was to play as something else, elves are always a good one for me. I'm not very adventurous, to be honest. Dragonborn maybe. I suppose it depends what kind of. I tend to prefer to kind of like pick a character. What I'll do is I'll pick a model normally, rather than just write up a character off the top of my head. I'll find a model I like, and kind of create the character around the mini. So you know, write up a backstory and kind of come up with one I like. So I'm more visual in that way, if you like. I don't really care if it's a good character or not. It's all about the roleplay experience and you know how you kind of get into character, if you like. But I say dwarfs, gnomes, halflings. There's good in all of them. You know what I mean? It's more about the group. I don't like metagaming so much. You know what I mean? I'm not a fan of like the min-maxing kind of thing. I like to have the failures and the cock-ups and things like that make the game interesting. Who even asked Alexa that? Alexa, off. Just tell me about the air pollution index. Right, so this one, I think I'm gonna do fiery. They're gonna be flaming, I think. I'm gonna put some. That was supposed to be a single tail, not a double. Let's just get that back out again. So keep it as a single one. Keep the line straight. How about yourself, Cosmic Purge? What are you? What's your race of choice? Is race okay to use still? Are we saying race, or are we going for a? Tiefling's always good. Yeah, Tiefling Sorcerer is a good one. Warlock, sorry, not Sorcerer. Sorcerer is good actually. I'm sculpting a Tiefling Warlock as a kind of, I'm gonna say quasi pin-up at the moment. So I'll show you the artwork for it quickly actually, because the artwork's lovely. The model is, well, the actual character of the model is nearly done. But I've made a rod for my own back on her, because essentially what I'm doing is making her as a wizard bard. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, so my one, I've made her on like a chaise lounge, so she's sat down chilling, and there is a little pun in there in the model, which it just appealed to me at the time. And I will qualify this and say I haven't actually done this artwork myself. I gave the specification and directed it and briefed it and whatnot, but the artwork was done by an awesome artist called Alex, who's been doing a few other bits and bobs for us on another project. So let me just show you this one. There we go. Here she is. So that's she's the one that's coming soon. So she's got the pot of tea, floating in the air, kind of like, you know, brewing itself up. And I've done off to the side, which isn't in the image. I've got like a big like a warlock table with what do you call it? Like all like skulls and books and spells and runes and stuff all over it. We've got little skeletal rats sat around. We're gonna have a cat chasing the skeletal rat. So it'll be a lovely little diorama piece. So that'll be that'll probably be a little mini Kickstarter for a couple of quid. A couple of quid buy-in, probably January time, I think. So let's get Christmas out of the way, and then we'll release her out then. But yeah, it'll be a little mini warlock diorama. Morning, Araski, how you doing? Thank you very much. Like I say, I can't take the credit for the artwork, but I will show you the character later on before the stream's finished, because I say it's a work in progress. But in fact, you know what? I had her on the in the scene here. Let me just load it all from the project. I'll bring the whole thing in, so you can see her up close. So I've not showed her off yet. Actually, I should be talking about her more and building a bit of hype, really, because especially if I'm going to Kickstarter with it, I need people to be kind of really looking forward to it. So right, there's my quasits. So chaise lounge so far. That's not the one I'm using. That is a rubbish one. Here we go. So we've got a skeletal rat down the bottom. We've got a table full of warlock swag. So a nice little runic table, some potions, a quill pen, a couple of apples because of the witch connection, a hollowed out skull with a load of candles melting in it, some heather bundles, because why not, and then we've got a nice ornate dagger stabbed into a, I mean, retrospectively it looks like a gingerbread man, but it's a voodoo doll. So so that's my start of my table. I've got to do the the table pedestal yet. And then we have, is this her? There we go. This is her so far. So she does look a bit goofy at the moment, so I will apologise for the goofy look, but that is because she's not posed and not finalised yet. So I've been working on her, getting the textures painted onto the feathers so that they'll look right. So again, one of the things you'll find with me is I won't just place feathers in there. They are all solid. That is a solid mass, so there's no kind of like undercuts and overhangs and hollowings in there. I'd still need to do like a nice big braid for her. So we're gonna have the. In fact, I think I've done that. I must have hidden it. Is it there somewhere? It's got to be there. No, not there. Maybe it crashed on me as I was doing it, but. So yeah, so the plan is that she'll be like sat on her chaise lounge, enjoying her cup of tea, whilst reading through her floating spell book. Cosmic Purge, by the way, when you've come up with your character and you've got your briefing and everything else, if you want to submit it, morning Bunker, how you doing, mate? If you want to submit it to me as a sculpt suggestion, my plan through the new year is to actually be taking suggestions from stream, putting them to the patrons, and I'll be making people's models for them. So they'll be done by kind of like polls and votes and stuff. So if it's a nice, interesting character and people want to see it, then it's more likely to get made. So you know, if you want to join in and you want to kind of pile it up, do you know what? I'm going to try. Let me just try. A new command I added to my bot, which if you've been with the channel a while now, you'll know I've not been very successful with. So I do suck at that kind of stuff, but let's just see if this works for you all. Right, we've got the Discord link come up. Can everyone see the Discord link? I think it's there. So yeah, so join onto the Discord server. We've got awesome sauce. So if you join onto there, I've got a channel. I think I set the channel up, which was requests and suggestions here. So we've got like various people posting images in. This is going back quite a while now, when people were just kind of like telling me things they'd like to see. This was before I was doing all the streaming. So if you want to pop your characters in here, what I'll do is I'll be able to take a collection of the suggestions that have come through, link them up onto our Patreon page. Morning Prototype, how you doing? Hope you're keeping well today. So yes, I'll post the stuff up onto the Patreon page, and we'll put a poll up, and then people can vote on the Patreon poll. And once that's kind of they've made a decision, I will sculpt at least one model from that request list every month. If I've got time, I'll do an extra one or an extra two. So, but yeah, if especially if you're in early days, I imagine the requests will be quite low early on. I imagine they'll kind of like ramp up when people see what's going on. And matter of fact, I'm doing great. That's good to hear, mate. Good news, or are you just in the festive spirit, ready to rock? Maybe you've wrapped up all your presents. I think we've done ours now. Ours are all finished. Yeah, just let's get a little zoom in on that table again. So this is your table for your witch again. So the plan is we'll have the chaise lounge here, just off to the side here, and then on the end of the chaise lounge I'm going to have like a little cat. Might be a Tressim, could be a Tressim, I'm not sure yet. Kind of poised to pounce, to dive on this rat. So there'll be a few little kind of like mini little bits and bobs. Mate, I absolutely do not mind. The whole reason I do this is to kind of inform people and kind of show my technique and my style. And from the new year onwards, I am going to be doing actual classes. So you'll pick up tips. And if you've got any questions, by the way, just fire them out. You know, I'll talk through what I'm doing here, and I will explain it. But in the new year, I've got a proper prospectus I've been writing, which will kind of cover off in detail from start to finish, from orientation on Zbrush and setting up your interface and everything else, through to how you use the different tools and how to get the best out of them. Specifically geared around making miniatures. So obviously not for, you know, CG. There'll be no clean topology or anything here. This is literally going to be just, you know, making something that can be 3D printed later. So I'm going to jump back onto the model I'm making. So this is a Hellhound for the Infernal Legion. Right, what are you trying to do? Let's see if I can help you already. Let's shrink these back legs a touch because they're a little bit. Oh no, yeah, dynamics perspective. I don't want that. What's your challenge then? What's the trying to do something in a new way? What are you trying to do? I do a lot of that myself, trying to figure out a better way of doing something. I cracked chainmail recently, in a way that suits my sculpting style. I was quite pleased with that. So let's get this bulked in. This is very kind of like loose at the moment, so you'll see this is going to start coming together. Oh my god, a real working D&D in Minecraft. Are you going to deal with the enemies in that, or are you just going to use the Minecraft enemies as your thing? Because my son was playing Minecraft the other day, and he was building like a little dungeon with working traps and things. I was very impressed with what he was doing, but it got me thinking about the exact same thing actually. But yeah, how practical is it to kind of do it was my thought. I know Lego are starting to do like the whole D&D thing, but custom NPC. What, like you're gonna do like PC using mods and stuff? Are you then? Is that your plan? So we're working on the Switch for ours, so it's possibly a bit more restricted. Right, here's a question for you guys. Hellhound. Should I go for a skeletal head? Should I do like a skeletal head with flames coming out the eyes and things, or should we go for something a little bit more dog-like? You know, that actually looks like fleshed up and stuff. If I say Hellhound, what do you think? So the only reason I ask is because as I'm sculpting this head, I'm feeling it's gone skull-like. No, I wasn't thinking the whole thing being skeletal. I'm literally thinking like have like a skull-like face, and then we'll add some like demonic. I need to just drag this back a second because that's, well, I said back. We'll go forward with it, I think. Have you seen the Owl House on Disney Channel, Disney Plus? It's a really good kind of cartoon series that unfortunately Disney decided it wasn't part of their. It didn't meet their. I don't know if it's the family-friendly criteria or whatever it is they were looking for, and they discontinued it very prematurely. They gave them a last season, which was like 3 episodes or something stupid like that, and it was a bit of a kind of a, what's the word? Bit of a flat gesture, really. But I'm thinking if I make them, rather than making them big and bulky, because originally I was thinking I was going to go Cerberus style, make this guy really kind of like, you know, hench. Like my sister's got these XL bully dogs. And I was thinking like maybe go for something like that that's like, you know, a unit of a dog. But actually I think something that's got bit of speed about it with, you know, with a bit of what's going on here? What I've sculpted a symmetrical mesh and it's not symmetrical. What is going on? Let's mirror and weld that and correct it. I must have done something asymmetrical at some point and it's stuck. You don't need to know the rules for D&D. You just need somebody who can DM it for you. Just make a world that's interesting is all you need to do. There we go. Oh, Fenrir is massive. No, this is the reason I'm doing a Hellhound. So for probably over a year now, I've actually, all of my monthly releases have been they've been geared up around the Descent into Avernus campaign from D&D. So if you're not familiar with that, basically your player characters, they start out in Baldur's Gate, which is like it's a very well-known city in the D&D lore. There's been lots of games set in there, lots of video games have been set. I mean, the Baldur's Gate video games from like the 90s, I think it was. They're all like obviously set in Baldur's Gate, and I know it's just a setting I quite like. I like the Discworld books and things like that. So you get like Ant Morpork and stuff, and you know, the weird kind of urban, fantasy urban kind of like, you know, all of that corrupt City of Thieves type thing going on, and it's kind of got a little bit of that. There's a lot of kind of intrigue to happen in the city. So I like the setting. I need to move his arm forward. That's not sitting in the right place for me. I need more rib behind it. So let's just do that and just dynamesh again. So yeah. So basically, the game starts in Baldur's Gate, and I've sculpted almost every encounter you're ever going to need in that game. For, you know, in my own style, my own designs and whatever else. So we've got like the Flaming Fist mercenaries, and like your quest hook in your intro. You meet a guy called Captain Zodge. So I've made Captain Zed, who's like my version of the Flaming Fist mercenary kind of captain. So I've used the kind of the verbal descriptions without using any of the artwork to kind of create my thing. Prototype, do I know where you can find a person that can help DM your server? Do you know, I know a few people who do kind of like professional DMing, but I also know they're all pretty busy with stuff. You might be best off if you jump into some of the Facebook groups. If you go for like D&D, I think there's one called D&D DMs or something like that. In fact, I'm sure there'll be plenty. If you go for D&D DMs, have a little look at there, and I'm sure you'll find somebody who will, you know, pipe up and give you some, you know, some steer on where you can get a good DM. But so you're probably find a few people will be interested in the project and want to kind of like join and help out anyway. So how do you do your custom models in Minecraft then? Is that like, do you have to? Is it about skinning them, or? So I'm familiar with just building stuff in Minecraft, but I've never really thought about any like specifically custom content or anything. Right, do you know what? Let's go. I'm going a bit too greyhound with this. Let's make the paws big. Now, do you know? On my last stream, I was talking about this. I started painting miniatures and playing war games with like Warhammer and stuff like that back when I was 5 years old. So I'm 39 now. So 34 years of hobbying is basically where I'm coming from. So I always used to paint the models. I loved painting models, still do. And I got into like doing conversions. So if you're not familiar with like the whole idea of conversions, you take a model off the shelf that's like a stock model that you just buy, and then you customize it with parts off other models, a little bit of green stuff work to like sculpt in extra details and smooth transitions out and whatever else. And then when you come to paint it, you've got a model that's unique to you rather than the same as everybody else has got. And I did that for years and years and years. A couple of competition finalises for me with like the the Golden Demon competition. So I got like some finalist certificates before they started doing the pins. And then when I was 17, I got my first proper girlfriend, and that led to me kind of not having time for my hobby anymore. And all the stuff I'd collected over the years, I ended up selling off, which was a massive regret in the end. But ultimately, that selling off the models, that was what kind of got me then to doing sculpting. So I would chop a bit off a model. I would use, say, a sword or a head, and then the rest of the model I'd chuck it into another box. That was my bits box. And the models that were in there, I'd collected them. I've obviously paid for a whole model, but I've used one piece of it. This is before you get like everything on a sprue, so it'd be like chunks of metal models and stuff. And I sold a lot. So previously, I want to do a conversion. I'd rummage through my bits box, find something I like the look of, a hand, an arm, a head, whatever. Chop it off with a razor saw. Chop the counteracting part off the model I was actually working on, and then glue the two bits together, sculpt in the joints so it blends nicely and whatever, and that was it, And then I could no longer do that because I never had this box of parts to lean on, so I ended up using green stuff and sculpting more actual full miniatures. So I ended up sculpting more parts. So I'd sculpt heads, I'd sculpt arms, I'd do weapons and things like that, and then I would end up kind of doing more and more and more chunks of models up until the point where I ended up doing full minis. And then back in 2010, digital sculpting kind of became a thing, or I became aware of it at least. And when I became aware of the digital sculpting, I decided I wanted to do it, and I was doing commission work already by this point. I was sculpting full models as commissions, and had been for a few years. And then I ended up taking the knowledge I'd gained from sculpting miniatures in like polymer clays and epoxy putties, and bringing it into Zbrush, because it uses similar kind of. I can actually use similar techniques in Zbrush, and that was kind of where I came from then, really. So yeah, there's no school, there's no kind of tuition here. This is all me, decades of me finding my way, and kind of figuring it out for myself. So it's been an interesting journey, but I don't really use any kind of like standard conventional techniques. I don't know, I wouldn't have said. I just literally just do what feels right to me. It's quite intuitive. Do I DM or do I just make model? I do DM a little bit. I am running a campaign after Christmas for my son, but I don't do it for large groups. I don't have the time to commit to the whole thing. So my son's 7 years old. He's really getting into D&D. He's really loving it all. He's got my influence, obviously. So that's going to be a big part of it for him. But he's really getting into it. He's absolutely loving it all. And yeah, he's desperate to. He's created like a dragonborn rogue called Barosh, who is allergic to cats. And every time he sneezes, he breathes jets of fire around and like sets fire to stuff. He's desperate to put this character into game, and what he doesn't know is that he's going to be in a party with a tabaxi, So part of the quest is going to have to be getting some kind of like, you know, antihistamines or something like that for him to kind of like moderate his sneezes. Otherwise that whole you know, roguish stealthiness that he's aiming for is not going to happen. So there'll be a challenge in there for him, for certain. So yeah, Zircon, absolutely. He's he really loves it. He really does kind of, you know, like, you know, revel in the whole thing. So I'm just repositioning header touch because I wasn't happy with the positioning then. So this kind of early sketchy stage at the moment, I'm just trying to get a form in that I'll be able to kind of like pose up. So the plan is here to do a pack of them. So I'm going to do a pack of maybe 4 normal walls. Then I'll do one like dire wolf. One. Let's call it. We got the Hellhounds. We'll call one the. I don't know what's a good name for like an alpha hellhound. So yeah, that's what he's going to be anyway. It'll just be a bigger one with bigger fire, and you know, I might give that one 2 heads or 3 heads or something, so it's a bit more Cerberusy. Yeah, Jacob loves it. All he does, he's really kind of like buzzing in the whole thing. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up a couple of quick references because I want some dog anatomy. So I want to see some musculature from a natural dog. Ideally, for what I'm looking at, maybe something, I want to say almost greyhoundish, I think, but because I think a hellhound that can run at 100 miles an hour and chase you down is going to be far scarier than like a big burly bruiser of a dog. Or maybe not scarier, but like, you know, they're going to be both scary in equal measure, but for different reasons. So I think for these ones, I'm going to go fast and agile and scary for that reason. Is that the image I want? Oh, it's always hard to find these anatomical type images. That'll do. Right, so I found that one there. So that's a fairly decent source to use. So I'm going to just get that one up on the screen up in the corner. I'm just going to also very quickly brew myself a coffee. So I've had this absolutely god-awful cough for weeks and weeks and weeks. The antibiotics are now finished up, but it lingers on, and it's just waiting. Right, so I'm just going to mute the microphone a minute. I'm just going to carry on just roughing in some muscles based on this image I've just found, and then I'll turn the microphone back on and talk you through what I'm doing. Give me a second, guys. Okay, so I realise I've stuffed up a touch on the basic anatomy here. So I've got a few corrections to make. So a dog has a shoulder, as you would expect, and then we've got the arm should be backwards here. So the shoulder comes down the front, the arm's going to come back a touch, and then we're going to have the elbow joint, and that's going to be a straight down, and then my leg here is going to come down to there. Just remask a touch off, and I'm just going to bring it forwards to there. Okay, so back leg, same again. However, I'm just going to elongate the upper leg muscle there that I put in to about midway down this limb here, and then the lower leg here is going to re-angle and then stretch out a touch. The other thing bearing in mind here as well, these are exaggerated proportions. We're obviously dealing with a fantasy sculpt, not a real life thing, and also a miniature. So in kind of doing all of this, there's a lot of exaggerations and tweaks we're going to have to make. So let me just rough out some of this. Let me take off some of the bulk off this leg so I can get back in and actually put the anatomy in. Right, now for the front arm here, I'm going to chop the arm off, group masked. I'm going to cut the back legs off, group masked, and finally I'm going to take the head off, so group masked there. So I'm going to dynamesh groups, and what that will have done is the areas that are stuffed that one up, didn't I? Just take this middle section out. Let's re-dynamesh with the groups. Okay, so let's turn that off. Okay, so yeah, so basically I can now pose this when the details are sculpted a little bit more effectively without destroying everything to start with, but I also can get in to sculpt the details on the underbody behind where the legs are. So let me just save what I'm doing here, save my photos. So yeah, prototype, back to your question again. I do DM a little bit, but sculpting is my day job, and obviously I need to release content. I need to release models every month, so obviously that has to be my priority. But equally, like I say, my little one is desperate to get into his D&D properly. He's badgering me no end about this campaign and getting it running, so I'm going to do Lost Mines up and Delver for him. So I've got all the resources for that. The only thing I don't have is a big horde of gribbly goblins, but I'm working on that as well, so that'll be a subsequent release soon. Okay, so let's take the neck muscles. I'm going to cut some cars in. Hey Adam, how you doing, mate? After dynameshing groups as you did then, smoothing, doesn't that deform the joint? It does, mate, but so basically at this stage in the sculpt, I am not looking to finalise or firm anything up at all. Everything's still quite fluid, but what it does is it allows me to kind of be able to kind of like take the arms and pose the arm independently of the body and the legs and stuff without having to distort and keep masking off the various elements. And then what I'll do is, once everything is fully posed, I'll sculpt everything in now, and then when I pose everything in, I do that final sculpting pass that brings everything back together. So we merge all of the bits together, and we go over all of these dodgy looking joints where there's a big gap, sculpt all the joints in, make sure the anatomy flows, that the muscles interact properly and whatnot, do any like fur and whatever else we add to the model. We add all of that in as a final pass. So I'm not concerned about the seams and all those kind of bits, because that is what's the word? It's just part of the process. And I think I said it on I think it's on my last stream. The best way of thinking about the design process and the actual sculpting process is that it is it's destructive. So at various points you're going to break your model. You're going to break it down, you're going to destroy... that's not right. You're going to end up breaking it down, you're going to destroy it, you're going to absolutely, kill some bits of it. Let me just redo the Dynamesh groups here. There we go. So yeah, so you're going to really kind of mash it up. And make a mess of it, and you need to not be scared of that. It's just part of the process. So don't worry about trying to. If I was animating it, it'd be a different case. So you see a lot of people when they make a model, they do all this like clean topology and stuff, and it's all there to make sure that when they rig the model with the skeleton and they bend it and they pose it, that those elements end up. What do you call it now? They end up deforming neatly and like bending smoothly. But the problem is, like, in real life, that's not really what happens. You don't get that kind of smooth, neat deformation, because, like, if you're wearing clothes, for example, your clothes are going to ruffle up and kind of like, crease up in the joints. And when you pose it with nice neat topology, that's not going to happen. So you still need to do a sculpting pass to make it believable. Knowing that you've got to do that sculpting pass. Yeah, and Adam, exactly that, mate. I was in the same boat. I spent so much time when I was learning this and kind of finding my style and whatever. I spent so much time trying to make sure that I kept everything clean, and everything looked sexy all the way through, and it drove me mad. It took 10 times longer to finish models, and it stressed me out, because the way I work isn't conducive to doing that. You end up not really, that's not really part of the workflow. Is keeping it clean all the way through. And I think as soon as you accept that it doesn't have to be, you're kind of in a better position. If you're trying to conform to a kind of an expectation that you've set in your own mind, that everything looks lovely all the time, then you're only going to set yourself up for disappointment. The reality of it is, every piece of art, whether it's a miniature that's been painted, a miniature that's been sculpted, an actual painting, an actual physical sculpture or whatever, it will always go through an ugly phase where it's going to look like crap. And the sooner you accept that and kind of embrace it into your workflow, the quicker you'll be able to get on with improving. I I know it's kind of, it's basically saying, yeah, your work's gonna look awful, so just like, you know, suck it up and get on with it. But that's kind of it, you know what I mean? It will. And the more you worry about that, the more it's going to hold you back. So honestly, mate, the best thing to do is to just kind of go, right, there are points, like now, this doesn't look, you know, I'm looking at this kind of going, God, what am I doing? You know, but I know there's method to my madness. I know it's going to come together. It's an iterative process. So you'll do a piece, you'll do a chunk on it, and then you go, right, now we've got to change that, now we've got to tweak this, we've got to adjust it and whatever. And then ultimately you'll get there. And it, you know, what you end up with may not be the same as what you started off with. But if you want to make models quickly for production, and you're going to be releasing them to the public and whatever else, you need to have that confidence to be able to kind of move quickly with it. And what I'm doing here is looking at the muscle groups and the anatomy of a dog to try and sculpt it in. And I know, even though I've sculpted it on the arm here, the second I twist this arm or move it into a different position, all of these muscles are going to change. But they're all interwoven and interlinked together. So let me just bring the image back down on the screen again. So you've got this bit here where it comes down into the top of the shoulder. That is a smooth connection into the top of the shoulder that's always going to have to be there. So when I rotate this arm, the top of this joint here is going to end up kind of over here somewhere. If I bring the arm backwards, if I bring it forwards, it's going to end up back here. So you need to understand where the muscles are coming from and what they're connecting to, so that you can rework and resculpt those bits in between. And there's no amount of rigging and like, you know, topology and whatever else that is going to really make that easy for you. And if you bothered to do all of that, then you spent far too much time like trying to like work on something that's going to be a production model. Unless you are literally animating it and its end purpose is to be animated, don't spend that kind of time on things, because it's counterproductive, unfortunately. So we'll do the muscle at the top here, we'll do the butt muscle, and then this one comes down here, wraps around to the knee. We've got a little joiny bit on the top here. So does that make sense, hopefully, about the so it's not that you're doing it wrong. It doesn't look ugly because you're doing it wrong. It looks ugly because it's part of the process. So you get your forms in, work with it rough until you're happy with the forms. Like, I feel like I'm getting there with this now. In a minute I'm gonna have to do the feet. So let's do the 4 toes. Let's just rough them in. We're going to give this guy some big ass claws, so he's not going to look like a normal dog, you know, with the little front paws and whatnot. So he's going to be a big old beastly unit, because he's a hellhound. Yeah, Adam, if you ever find and you get into that point where you're kind of going, you know, I'm losing confidence with this, jump on the Discord server, tag me in a message, post a picture of your work. I'm happy to look at it with you. I think we keep this guy quite. I'm going to keep him quite sinewy, and I'm going to cut a few. So on the here we've got some ribs, and I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to have flames coming out of the ribs. I think. Where do you find a link to Discord? Well, sir. It just so happens that I've been playing with some bots and... Ta-da! There we go. I'm rubbish with bots, mate. I'm quite pleased with myself that I managed to set that simple thing up, so... But I've got a lot of tweaking and a lot of playing to still kind of get my head around yet. But right, back of the leg. Let's see what we got going on. So we've got a bone down the middle. So let's just make sure that is quite straight. And again, I shouldn't be spending too much time worrying about this because these are going to be like normal, well, not normal dog size. They may be up to horse sized in the end, but you know, for the most part, some of them are going to be just dog size, so I don't need to worry too much about fine anatomy. Looks like I've already put the toes on this one at the back. Didn't realise I had. So we're just going to run over the edges of the toes. This is where the nails are going to come in. I'm just going to give it a little toe ridge, whatever you call it, like a... Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll be around for a fair bit of the day. I don't know quite when I'll be clocking off. Depends when the wife comes back with the kids and demands my presence. So, but I'll be about, and I'll be on the Discord server all the time, mate. So just hop in there anytime, and you got any questions, just hit me up with them, mate. And otherwise, enjoy your day, dude. I'll say January time I'll be launching the various different coaching and mentoring tiers and stuff on the Patreon, so I'm going to be doing a actual proper class with a proper prospectus to cover off the different learning aspects, make sure everything's ticked off. I'll be setting your coursework and homework and all that kind of good stuff as well, so you know, assignments and things. Any stuff on YouTube? All of this is on YouTube, mate. If you go to... Ah, dear. Unfortunately, it's all of my past streams are on YouTube, so there's no... I haven't done any actual YouTube videos or anything like that. But let me just grab the link for you. Ah, balls, that's not right. So I'm actually live on YouTube right now with this exact same stream. So I multi-stream to YouTube, Twitch and Facebook. So you'll find all of my past videos and stuff on there, along with a couple of other little bits and bobs. So yeah, it's all there and about anyway. But anything you find on YouTube pretty much is also on Twitch on the previous videos. So if there's anything in particular you want to find, just hit me up and let me know anyway. I'll say if you join the Discord server and get on there and just you know, I'm accessible on the Discord thing most of the time. So even if I'm not what do you call it? Even if I'm not active on there at any moment, I'm always. Yep, there is a Facebook group as well. The Lions Tower Print Paint Play. If you Google that, check that one out on Facebook. Loads of places you can come and join us. We've also got the web store up and running now, so I'll show you that one in a sec. I've got a little Santa mini I've released this month, a little dwarven Santa called Saint Niklaus, and he is being given away as a freebie. So anybody who places an order in December, I mean at this point now, chances of it being delivered prior to Christmas is slim. But any orders over 40 quid in December will include the a resin print of Saint Nicholas as well. Obviously, it's got to be £40 of resin models, not the STL files. But let me just grab that. So the lionstower.com, the one that keeps popping up in the chat. I've got a little bot thing that's doing like auto commands, that's showing me stuff. So here's the thing. So we got the first prompt. Obviously, everything on the store is at a 40% discount for patrons, and they get 20% off resin minis as well. And then we've got the live streams. We've got the resin models, so you can come and buy your resin models off us. We've got some level up challenges. We've got a level up challenge at the moment, but there will be additionals. So about batch painting and whatever else. So the miniature painting you can see in the background here, this is my own work. So this is me sharing my 35 years of hobby experience on top of the sculpts as well. Pre-supports, been doing the 3D printing professionally since 2015, 2016, so I've gotten pretty good at it, and all of the models we do, they're professionally pre-supported, tested to make sure that they're viable, and as long as you dial in your printer, guaranteed to be some of the best prints you've ever had to deal with. There you go, there's a lovely one, a nice big Ifrit model for you. There's last month's release, the Knights of the Shield warband. So we've got these guys available in resin for £46 as a set. Cheers, Bonker. Thank you, mate. That's the Facebook page. I think that one is. The group is linked in there as well, I believe, though. So yeah, level up challenges here is about batch painting to tabletop standard. I do need to link the STL files for these guys actually, because they're going to be in there as a freebie for you. So you'll be able to kind of like download the set of models we've used for the challenge, and then participate in the challenge and post up your progress into the Discord chat under the challenges, which I've hidden at the moment. So when the challenges go live on Discord, basically the plan is you'll enter the challenge in a month. Anybody who enters the challenge during the month, or any challenges during the month, because the challenge is going to be open all the time, it won't be a kind of a one-off thing. Anybody who enters the challenge and submits their models into the groups for discussion and chat and whatever else, they'll be eligible to win a prize. So there'll be a random monthly prize draw for just participating, basically. So we'll do gift vouchers for the stores, so you can come and pick some stuff yourself. There'll be certain limited edition exclusive miniatures, and at various points, depending on how far we go and how many kind of people join in. If we get high subscription numbers, I will offer some custom sculpts as well. So there'll be lots of good stuff to be getting out of it. Right, tail, what do we reckon to the tail? Fire? Flamey tail? Or do we do like a whippet tail, or what do you reckon? Oh, and this level of like engagement where I'm asking you questions about stuff, this is generally how this works. Flame tail, good shout. Do you think it should be all flames, or should I do like a bony tail with the so we got this. What's going on? Let me save this before I do anything else, because that's, you see these little holes that have appeared on the model. This is Zbrush glitching out. there is every single chance that I could do something to try and correct this and it's going to crash. So let me just try and fix it though. And an auto group. I think that's resolved it. Let's do a bony type tail. And we'll have the flames on top of the bones, I think. So I say you'll see with my stuff here. There's no if you watch other people doing like sculpts on Zbrush, you'll see them doing like, you know, nice clean topology. They'll be doing you know, making a base mesh and all this kind of stuff. That's all like clean geometry and, you know, maybe done in Maya or something like that, and then imported in. For me, I'm literally like making everything on the fly in Zbrush. I won't come out of Zbrush for any part of it. And I want to sculpt. Do you know what I mean? I'm a sculptor. That's me. That's what I'm doing. I'm not modelling. I'm sculpting. Even when I do terrain, it's sculpted terrain. So let's let's put that like that for now. But yeah, the tutorials and stuff, I'll be talking about like principles behind miniature manufacturing and miniature production, because it's not the same by a mile as just doing like CG models. If you literally want to get specifically into making miniatures, there's stuff you need to know, and it's stuff that I don't think some of the guys who make miniatures know. So or at least haven't considered. And again, that comes from being a hobbyist for 35 years, do you know what I mean? Rather than just training to make digital digital minis. I've got a feeling this tail's going to be quite chunky, so I might need to just come back in and just tone it down. Again, I'm still in this like rough phase at the moment. Just reinforce that one a touch because that was a little bit weak. Onto these ones. That little bit of exaggeration is really important with the miniatures, just to make sure that they actually do stand out. Right, so you can see it's starting to take shape now. I'm quite pleased with the look of this. The tail's too fat and chunky, so let's just slim that out a touch, just using the move tool. So I'm just going to use the move tool just to nudge everything a little bit. I want to try and maintain like the proportions and stuff in there, so let's just try and not take it too what's the word? I don't want to distort it too much. The other thing that's important with the move tool when you use it for nudging like this is to use the largest size move brush you can get away with to start with, because the bigger the move brush is, the less you'll notice the local effects. So you won't see any kind of like massive like size variation or anything like that. And then once you've done the large moves, you can come back in with a smaller brush then and do like smaller, more localized moves. And again, tiny little nudges is what you want to do rather than big pulls. You don't want to be yanking things all over the place because you're going to really distort the mesh. But little tiny nudges from different angles, in and out, just to kind of get the look and the effect you're after. Do you know what? You would be able to do it. I'm certain. It's the, because I would have said the same thing, like 10 years ago. And it's all about practice and perspective. For me, this is second nature now because I do it so much. I do it like all the time. And I think the more you do it, the more it does come naturally to you. But people always talk about like skill and like natural ability and stuff. And I think the only thing that's natural with me is that there's a drive to do it. Do you know what I mean? I wake up in the morning, I want to sculpt models, I want to make stuff. I want to create something nice that I want to do. And I find fulfillment in that, and I think the only difference between people who can and people who can't is that drive to want to do it, to need to do it. And I think if you need to do it, if you've got that drive, you've got that want in the first place, there's no reason you can't improve to a point where you are doing it like second nature and whatever. Guys, let me just mute you a sec because the wife's calling. Give me a second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I had to literally run up the house then. I got my wife's car key in my pocket for some reason. So, what have I missed? My voice is soothing. I don't think I've been told that before, Bunker, but thank you. Glad to get you through the last hour. Right? Are you wrapping up to go home now, or are you still approaching the end? Do you know what, Bunker? One day you'll sit down in front of Zbrush and then you'll just like fly like a master. You'll just like, without even knowing it, you'll just be like native to it. You'll... Ah, right, fair enough. Oh, yeah, working. Well, it's that time of year, isn't it? Nobody should be working at the moment. Everybody's sitting there pretending. Oh, I remember I used to do health and safety and facilities management, and it was my job to like lock the office up. So, come Christmas, we get to like we literally worked up to Christmas Eve, and we'd be going in for the like the final run. And I'm trying to like wind everybody down and kick them out for Christmas so I can get the office locked up. And I was working with all these engineers, and some of them just didn't want to leave. And it's like, it's Christmas Eve, you know, we're closing the office at 3 o'clock, and they want to stay until 5. And I'm like, I've got a family to go to. Get out now. Like trying to like, you know, oust them and get rid. And I used to have to go around and like lock everything up, and you know, I absolutely hated doing all that kind of stuff because I could never work from home with it. I had to be in the office. Networking. You're in network. Oh, networking is in like networks, like IT networks. That was the best one actually. We had a comms room, and the one Christmas we had all this massive server units and stuff in there. And then the one Christmas we had a phone call, and it was like an emergency call from an auto dialer, and the comms room aircon had broke, and we had to try and mobilise aircon engineers to come out during the Christmas holidays. I think it was Boxing Day happened, and it was a headache, man. But this is the thing, like facilities management's fine, and it's quite a cushy job when, you know, everything's running smooth. But the minute something goes wrong, it's all hands on deck, and everybody's like looking to you for the answers. And I'm glad to be out of it now, to be fair. I mean, there were days when I had my Wacom tablet. There were days when I used to like sit in my office and I'd be like, you know, I haven't got anything to do, I'll just sculpt a bit. But if I'm honest, those days were few and far between because there was always something going on. So I had to do health and safety and environmental management as well. And as soon as I was doing all of that, that was just all the time in the world taken up then. So yeah, I'm really, really glad to not be in that whole kind of industry anymore. And I say it's thanks to guys like you lot who are kind of supporting me to kind of do this full time, that I've been able to kind of make the transition. So this is like what my 2020 I started. I started full time, so this will be going into my third year of being a full timer. No looking back now. think I spent long enough on the tailbones there. That'll do. Let's get a little ankle bone in here. So this is it. Again, I've got to look at it from different angles here. I'm just going to look down from the top, just see this like line, this profile line. They need to flow. So I'm just going to bulk it up a touch there. Let's carve into that a touch. So he's got a little bit of a visual interest on the model, if nothing else. Doesn't have to be even entirely anatomically correct, but we just want somewhere for, like, say, ink to sit, somewhere to pick up some highlights when you're dry brushing. You gotta think of it as a painter, you see. In fact, I should do that as part of the course, shouldn't I? Your first task is to buy a model and paint it. I think a lot of people fall down on that one. Right, muscles on the back leg are groovy. On the front leg here, I'm going to... No, I don't think print... I specifically think it's about buying one to paint, and the reason I say that is because, so if you look at the way I work, and a lot of people are in the same boat as me, I've got a lot of experience here. So I've sculpted models for different companies in the past. I've done stuff that's going into resin production, so it's being moulded and cast. And I've done stuff that is yeah, I have thought about doing it on like that. I was looking at like Udemy and things like that, and I think that is the plan of where I want to go with it. But I was going to run it as like a live course first, just so I've got it kind of worked out. But yeah, basically the reason I say buy and paint a model from the shop. So for me, I've got lots of experience making miniatures, and those miniatures could be made in plastic. Not plastic. Made in resin. They could be made in metal, and more recently they're 3D printed. So I've got 3 different production techniques down, and each one has different levels of considerations it needs. The commonality in all of them, and where it all stands out away from the what do we call it now? The kind of like the digital art market. So like these people who have come from a video games background and they've jumped on the miniatures bandwagon because it's a quick buck for them, basically. An alternative revenue stream. The problem is they're not hobbyists, so they don't understand the end product. So they make something, they produce it, and they go off and they say, right, this is a cool miniature. And in a lot of cases, if you ask me, what they end up making is not a miniature, they end up making a model. And there's a subtle difference between the two, and it's all to do with the end application. So the end application of a miniature is to be painted. So you've got to be able to get a paintbrush in there properly, you've got to be able to paint all the details, and you've got to be able to see all the details that come out. You've then got to be able to play with the miniature, so it's got to be used on the tabletop, which means it needs to be handled. And if the models are so fragile that they're going to fall apart and break when you pick it up, then you've failed in your primary objectives. So if you can't paint it and you can't play with it, you've not made a miniature. So there's certain issues. Now the reason I say buy a model from Games Workshop or buy a model from Infinity or something like that, right? So these companies have been around well before 3D printing, and it's important to go for an old school company at this point. So somebody like that has been around for a while. Company like Footsore Miniatures, for example, where they're producing miniatures in metal, right? So you go and buy one of these models, and you analyse it, you study it, you paint it, and then once you're done, replicate it in 3D perfectly, as close as you possibly can, studying the actual miniature. And what you'll discover is there's a lot of exaggerations and a lot of technique that's been applied to make that miniature, that you wouldn't necessarily be seeing elsewhere. Now the important definition comes in when you start looking at the size of the companies. So like somebody like myself, I am my own approver. Excuse me. So I sculpt a model, I produce that model to a point where I'm happy with it, and then I put it out into the market, right? So the only person who tells me that that model is good enough is me. Now, I would say this, but I trust my own judgment. I'm happy that the stuff that I put onto the market is good enough. Occasionally, I screw something up, and when I do endeavour to go back and fix it. And if I ever don't fix it for any reason, if it's like a minor thing, then I've learned a lesson from that, and I will not make the same mistake on a future model. So, it's about the way you apply it. Now, when you look at the big studios like Games Workshop, Corvus Belli, Reaper, there will be an art director in those companies. Somebody who will be approving things. It's going to be somebody who knows the processes, they know what they're after, they're looking at it stylistically, and they are signing the work off. So no matter what the artist does, if it doesn't meet certain quality requirements and certain criteria for production and whatnot, it's not going to get produced and made. And that's why I say we're talking about a physical miniature, not a 3D print. You don't know the quality processes behind anything you pick up 3D printed. And in a lot of cases, a lot of the studios that have come along, like Loot and Epic and Titan Forge, are different because they actually did have a physical range prior to going digital. But again, I would still not entirely trust the digital work. The fact that you've got to crank out so much stuff within the space of a month, I don't trust it. Games Workshop products could be in development for a year before they get out, or even longer. So, think about the production cycle. They're all going through proper approval processes. Everything is being quality vetted, checked, and whatever else. So what you're getting is a proper, tangible, physical miniature that's been vetted and approved by an art director. And it's one of these kind of things. If you're going to copy somebody else's work and you're going to use somebody else's reference, you need to be confident that they have done a bang-up job in the first instance, so that they're not going to be leading you astray. And if you take somebody like Loot Studios, for example, I'm pretty sure Loot's head honcho has come along with a big wad of cash, because they came out of nowhere. They literally just set up and went bang, here we go. They use a whole ton of different sculptors to produce the stuff, and I would almost certainly say they're coming from a video game background rather than a miniatures background. And some of the stuff I've seen produced by them, I don't think has had that level of vetting. And I think even if you look at them and go, they're really nice models, if you look at them with like my criteria for a miniature, if you like, sometimes they're going to fall flat on that. And if that happens, if they fall flat, if they do fall flat on it, they're still going to put the models out, they still release them, and if they're releasing models that aren't fit for purpose, and I'm not specifically talking about Loot now, I'm talking about anybody. If anybody's releasing models that are not fit for purpose, they're not going to be a good example for you to try and learn from. So you need to pick somebody who you can absolutely trust. And, you know, love them or hate them, Games Workshop are the pros. You know what I mean? They are the masters of the craft. They've been doing it longer than anybody, to a high standard. And, you know, you might not like things like the fine craft or fine cast, or, you know, certain techniques they use, some of their marketing decisions, you might not agree with the pricing or whatever else, but what you can't deny in any of it is that they know what they're doing, and that's like the important bit, you know, from a learning point of view. So yeah, that was a really, really long way of explaining why not to use a 3D printed STL file as a source material. And also, if you've got a 3D printed file, you can actually analyse it in 3D and look at it on a screen, which kind of removes the purpose of having to do a study properly. You can you've got the temptation there to circumvent that whole I'm going to look at it and recreate it kind of aspect, in favour of doing I'll just start with it as a base, and I'll just see what I've done digitally. You know what I mean? So the aim would be to go and buy a model you really like the look of. You know, go and pick up something from like the I don't know, Blood Bowl, or something that's got a few different techniques in there. So you want to see a bit of fur, a little bit of chainmail, a little bit of armour, some flesh. You know, different things. Study it very closely, paint the model so that you understand it. Painting it will give you a hell of a lot of dimensional information about the model that you won't get just by looking at it, because you'll understand how they've done certain things to make the paint work. So you know, there is a lot of stuff that is going to be going on that you're not even going to be aware of, that would have happened to make that model. Right, let's group that. Let's do another Dynamesh with the groups. We'll split the jaw off this dude. So yeah, so hopefully that kind of, you know, all makes sense in terms of what I'm trying to say. And like I say, the art direction is critical to, you know, making sure that you nail it. You know, like when you're at secondary school and high school and whatever, and you have to do like an art subject, and they say study the work of an artist, and obviously it's you know, they don't want you to go and pick some random dude off the internet. They want you to get somebody who's renowned as a master. So you got to go and look at like Van Gogh or Da Vinci or someone like that, and, you know, somebody who's not just a commercial success but a critical success in their field, and kind of learn from them. And it's the same principle. Do you know what I mean? It's all the same kind of thing. Right, so I'm just shaping. I haven't got a reference for this now, so I really need to stop what I'm doing. As I'm saying it, I'm still sculpting, but I need to stop what I'm doing and go and find a actual. I'm doing this from memory now, and I don't trust my memory to do this correctly right at the moment. So I think I'm gonna have screwed this up somewhere along the line, but I know I need to stop. I feel like I'm on a roll at the same time. Yeah, I think all digital artists need to kind of do that process at least once. Just to kind of, you know, if they're not going to sit down and actually physically embrace the hobby, and you know, print models, paint models, game with models, if they're not going to get involved in all of that, they need at least a basic appreciation of it. And they need to do that level of study. If nothing else, just to kind of to distinguish the differences in their own heads between an actual physical miniature and an STL, a physical miniature and a video game model. Yeah, Bunker, what you're saying as well, the whole thing about the Skillshare thing is something I've considered. Like I say, Udemy, Skillshare, something along those kind of lines. The only thing that's stopped me from doing it so far is time. Like I say, I've written a prospectus. What I want to try and do is I want to try and work through with some live students. Go through this course, write it all out and everything else, and then I'll be recording it as I'm going. And then once I've recorded it at least once, I can then turn that into a like a Skillshare type video. It's looking ratty now. Let's just let's get that reference up. I should have done 15 minutes ago. Alright, let's have a little look then. We'll split the head off on this one, split mast. That's just going to allow me to work a little bit quicker, because if my if my file is, what's all these little scabby bits all over the place? That's not right. Let's hide them. Auto group. Let's turn that one and that one. Let's lose all the little. Let's delete hidden on that. Let's do the same here. Let's auto group. One leg, two leg, body. 4 legs. Delete hidden. Get rid of all those little floaty scabby bits that I don't want. Right, now, head. God, I was so far off. I definitely should have done this with reference. This was a mistake. So, dogs. See, I think I started off, I used the shape I'd roughly formed out, and actually what I formed out was absolutely nowhere near what a dog's head shape is, but I kind of went with it anyway. So that was my first mistake. And now we're going to take this piece. Bring that up into the jaw. Oh, we got a raid in. Who's raiding? Wisdom saves with the party of 13. How are you doing? Hope your stream's gone well today. Hope you guys are keeping well. So what have we been doing today then on stream? Been up to anything nice and interesting? Been creating, or was it a roleplay stream, or what was the jam? I wish I had better bots configured as well, by the way. Unfortunately, I can't give you a proper shout out, but I think I can do. Is it shout? Is it shout out? See if that works. There you go. Shout out at a very minimum. So Maleficent, Burrows Red, and Bread Avenger. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? So you've joined me today making Hellhounds. So I'm currently making a hash of canine anatomy. Trying to figure out how my jaw is going to work and whatnot. So this guy's going to basically be a skull-headed. Let's just show you what we've got. That's what we've done so far. So we've got this kind of sinewy, quasi-skeletal kind of looking dog. I think I might put a big old spiky collar around his neck as well, just to kind of drive home the dog vibe. That head looks totally wrong. Let's sort that out. So how are all the raiders doing then? Everybody keeping well? Everybody enjoy the streams? Okay, so let's bulk that out of the back a bit. I'm impressed today. My sound effect worked. That sound effect has let me down so many times in the past. I've missed rays dropping in. I don't know why it suddenly started working. Let's get the nose cavity in. So this is all rough and what do you call it? Kind of like crude basic forms going on at the moment. There's the canines coming down. The other thing as well, with the brush strokes here, you'll see that I'm kind of going in certain directions. I always try and make sure I'm going in the right direction for like the anatomy, so it's like maintain a flow. And then you can use, even when I'm smoothing out, then I can leave some of the strokes and the striations of the brush in the sculpt, and it will kind of come together and create this nice kind of effect without me having to do too much kind of hard work around it. And it saves me having to over polish and over refine the model as well. So again, when it's 3D printed at 32mm scale, that's you know, a huge kind of amount of time you could spend on something you don't really need to. Right, so this bit is not there on a dog, it appears. So let's just smooth that in. Thank you, Bunker. Do you know, I realise actually when I raid in, sometimes what happens is I raid in and then I have to go and find the channel I've just raided to onto Twitch. I don't know if everybody else is fumbling around the same way I am, but I may well have missed this. So wisdom saves if you're here still, if you haven't done a raid and run. If you have, shout out, let us know what you're up to. If you got anything you want to share, we can do a little showcase for you, have a little mooch and see what you've been up to. Do you know what? I need that dynamic tessellation back on again. Ah, thanks, Bunker. Hey, it worked for you as well. Brilliant. Cheers, mate. The bot worked. Yeah, I tried to make sure it was viable for everyone, not just for me. And what do you know? It actually worked today. I set it up on the bot like literally minutes before I went on stream today, so it's a relief to see it actually working. Right, so there's the other bit that's missing. This is the other bit that looks wrong here. So dogs are dogs look so weird with no skin on their heads. It's just like, it just feels wrong, man. I'm just going to soften that a little bit. Come up to here. I'm just going to rotate the thing so the front teeth are facing forwards a bit more and bring them down a little. I'm not sure there's much more I can do here to make this a bit more dog-like. Let's focus on the miniature aspect of it now. How's this going to come through in a miniature? So we need a few little hidey holes for the inks to settle into. We need the ridges for the dry brushing, so let's just get these in. All of this is what's going to make the model stand out. Or at least come together as a model, as a miniature rather than as a model. So all I'm doing here, I'm just using the lightest of touches. The old Bob Ross saying, 2 hairs and some air. I don't know what the digital equivalent is with the stylus pen, but it's that. Just lightly stroking the surface, so I'm not making any major impacts, but I'm smoothing out the surface using the brush. Let's lose that stupid line there, because that's not even a thing. Oh, it doesn't look like any of the raiders stayed around, sadly. Maybe it's like bedtime for them all. I appreciate the raids, but it's always nice if they stick around and have a chat as well. Right, so the thing with a dog, so front on the skull has got to have front facing eyeball, doesn't it? Because this is the difference between a predator and prey. So prey animals have eyeballs that look out to the side, whereas predators have eyeballs that look straight forwards for the depth of vision. The prey eyeballs are looking side on, outwards, so they can keep an eye on their surroundings and keep an eye out for said predators. Whilst the predators want to get the depth of field, depth of vision, and they have the binocular vision to be able to kind of see with both eyes at once. I'm pretty sure I learned that from David Attenborough. Not personally, you understand. I've got to get in there now. Like, this is like, it's changed so much since I started, hasn't it? But let's get this bottom jaw shaped in. jaw shape. Make sure it follows the same contour as the upper jaw. Yeah, I think sometimes when you're streaming in the D&D category, like I am today, I think people turn up expecting to see like D&D stuff specifically, and haven't necessarily got the interest in the mini making side of things. So for their audience, probably just not the best stream to join in, really. But God, I'm an idiot sometimes. Let's get some teeth in. I think I might give this guy some decent sized tusks at the bottom, you know. Let's do it. Let's give him some nice big tusky teeth. They're little things indeed, mate. And obviously, although this is a skull, this is a dog skull, it's not going to be what do you call it, fully skeletal. So I'm going to sculpt a few like muscular connections and stuff in there. We'll put a couple of eyeballs in. In fact, let's do the eyeballs now. That's going to make it look freaky as. Yeah, that's added a whole new level of creepiness to this, hasn't it? Coffee on again because I'm feeling that need for a warm drink. Yeah, I've got half a coffee left in my coffee pod. That's rubbish. I've guys, I'm just going to mute you a second while I carry on sculpting this skull head. Just while the coffee brews up. Okay. Right guys, I've just got to jump in here a second. So I'm chuckling my head off here doing this because I've just put all these little spheres in for the teeth, and that just looks absolutely hilarious at the moment to me. What's that you're saying, Bunker? You did something similar with the GW horse skull, gave it bug eyes and moved it about. Do you know, I went on again, years and years and years ago, I used to do international recruitment as a job. So we would take clients out to Johannesburg for the most part, South Africa, to go and like recruit for like shortage occupations. So like we used to pick up engineers, we'd get architects, like security consultants, we get all sorts of things, but you know, there were many and varied from all sorts of different walks of life. But they were all like occupations you couldn't get in the UK easily because they were on the shortage occupations list. So yeah, we used to go out and like pick up these architects and engineers and whatever else. And we were in a restaurant the one day, like we'd not long been there, and the food was amazing. Why Johannesburg? Well, basically, in the UK when we're doing construction, the contract type is NEC3, I think it was the contract type that they used to use on construction work, and the guys in South Africa are largely qualified and trained to the same kind of standards and specifications and building techniques and stuff that we use in the UK, but they use the same contract types. So when we get somebody who's a commercial manager or a quantity surveyor or project manager or whatever else, they're all familiar with the same kind of contracts. It kind of eases the transition. So we used to go out there and we used to interview these guys and bring them back over, and we'd do, you know, I don't know, say 100 to 150 interviews over the course of like a week, and then at the end of the interview period, we would, you know, pick the most successful candidates, relocate them to the UK, bring them back. Job's a good one. But the reason I mention it is we went to a restaurant there. We were in Santon, which is like the financial district, like just across the road, I think, from the stock exchange. And we were in this lovely hotel called the Protea Balalaika, and attached to the Balalaika is a restaurant called the Ballroom, and the Ballroom, like even today, I would say is probably my favourite restaurant I've ever been to. Like the food was just incredible. They used to do these like big like steaks. It was all about the steak and stuff. They used to do these massive big steaks that were like as big as your head, 3 inches thick, cooked to perfection, juicy as anything, so like flavourful. And they used to do all these kind of things. And we were out there for 10 days, and this was the hotel restaurant that we used to have to bill our meals back to. So like the company paid for the lot. So we were out there, like, you know, living it up while we were staying in Johannesburg. The first time I went out there, I ordered a steak, and I was in my early 20s then, and I used to have my steaks well done. I have a medium now, like nice and pink and whatever. But it's all because of this Johannesburg experience. So we're out there in this restaurant, and the waiter comes round, takes everyone's orders, and I had this. It's just a huge steak. It was absolutely delicious. And he says, like, how do you want it cooked? Goes around the table. Everybody's ordered pretty much the same. They're all kind of going rare, medium rare, whatever else. Comes to me, I'm like, well done. And the waiter goes, oh, I'll ask the chef, but I don't think he'll be keen. And I'm like, well, you asked me how I wanted it, and I've just told you. Can you, just take that away. Just give me what I've asked for, please. I'm paying. And a couple of minutes later, the biggest South African guy I've ever seen walked up to the table with a massive, great big cleaver-like knife in his hand, points it at me and says, "Are you the gentleman who asked for a well-done steak?" And I'm like, yes. Like, you're having it medium? And I was like, yes sir, whatever you say sir. And it's the best steak I've ever had in my life, and I've never looked back since. So I owe the man a thank you. But it was fucking terrifying. No, it's not right, is it? It's my mother-in-law. She doesn't even ask for it well done anymore. She asks for it to be cremated, and it's like, whenever you would take it off for a well done steak, put it back on again and cook it for twice as long. And it's like, oh no, it's like shoe leather. It makes me wince. It brings tears to my eyes. But yeah, the point was, anyway, the Bull Run restaurant, absolutely beautiful, absolutely fantastic. But we were there for 10 days, and like, with the best will in the world, like I'm out there, like, by day 4, I've got meat headaches. Like my temples on my head are absolutely pounding from all of the chewing. Like, I've had meat for 3 meals a day, like steaks for 3 meals a day for like 4 days at this point, and my head is like, it's like tensed up. It's just hard going. So we were kind of like looking at alternative options on the menu. We were like, we'll have prawns, we'll have this, that, and the other. We were changing it up. And my gaffer at the time, he orders these, like queen tiger prawns or something like that. They were huge. They were like little lobsters, every single one of them. And they bring out this huge plate of them for him. And he sat there like a child, sucked all the inners out of the prawn heads and everything else, and then, like a little kid, sticks a prawn head on the end of each finger and starts chasing me around the table with them. Like, they creep me out at the best of times, those things do, but he thought it was bloody hilarious. I mean, it was funny retrospectively, but I'm like, dude, get them things off your fingers. So she saying about the bug eyes, then Bunker just reminded me of it, then. There you go, there's another little story from the life of Dan. So where about you from then, Rasky? Do you still live out there, or you did you move, or? I'd love to take my wife to South Africa. I'd love to go back just for the food, if I'm honest. Ah, right, fair play. Yeah, it became a bit ropey, I think, out there. We had some weird experiences with the recruitment, actually, because when we first started doing it, we had an awful lot of white South Africans came out to the interviews, and over the couple of years that followed, we had less and less and less of them apply, and we were chasing them up because, the ones who didn't get the jobs the first time round, we tried to interview them for other clients and customers, and they kind of all left the country. Everyone just kind of did a run and fled and went away, and we had God, what was it now? A lot of them, I think, went to, I want to say it was China. I think a lot of our engineers went to China. The South African engineers went to China then. Because again, they were doing a lot of construction projects, a lot of engineering stuff. Australia, yeah, that was it. Australia, and it definitely was China, but yeah, Australia was a big draw for them, I think. But yeah, I think a lot of these guys, they'd got to a point where they weren't sticking around. There was all these kind of apartheid had broken, and there was the whole racist kind of undertone that was there had been flipped on its head. And we found some really weird kind of quirks out there which we couldn't account for really. I mean, we interviewed some guys who were like in really senior like directorial roles, and we weren't allowed to ask them how long they'd done the jobs for. You know, no dates on the CVs or anything. And we interviewed this guy who was a construction director. He'd worked on loads of projects, and he was really like impressive on paper. We were like, you know, this guy's going to be good. And he turned up, and he couldn't have been older than about 25. And he was a young black lad. And they've got these black empowerment companies where, like, you know, their main thing is that, you know, they will promote you know, black candidates into, you know, into roles of power, and, you know, give you promotional prospects and stuff like that. But it was kind of done at all of their expenses to a point. At all costs, that was the case. And unfortunately, what we found was, like, these guys who were turning up as construction directors, they look great on paper, but they just don't have the experience. They've been promoted, you know, without kind of having the experience for the job they were at. And they weren't very good at the interviews. You know, when they were questioned on the technical side of things, they were missing huge like chunks of information. Yeah, exactly. It was a huge issue, and I you know, I'm not going to knock them for kind of like, you know, the whole you know, trying to do right by them, but they're kind of cheating them out of. They're cheating the candidates by promoting them without being able to do the job properly. And I say we interviewed hundreds of candidates who were just not up to scratch, you know, and it was unfortunate. I mean, we went back and we saw more of them other times and stuff. You know, we did find some of them jobs, but some of them were just kind of like, you know, they were like lost causes almost. And, you know, no matter how much time and effort you put into trying to recruit, it was never going to happen. You know, you were never going to be able to train them to the standards we needed them to meet, because they shortcutted too much. But it's weird, man. It's one of the most amazing places I've ever been, but I have never seen so much kind of. I mean, Santon, and again, Rasky, I'm sure you'll be well aware of this, but like Santon is like this, like there's a where we were staying. We've got this lovely restaurant. We've got the stock exchange across the road. We've got a mountain out in the countryside that is like literally there's just gold in the dust of this mountain. And we got all this kind of like stuff going on. There was a Bentley, was it Bentley dealers? I think it was a Bentley garage, kind of round the corner from where we were staying as well. So you got all this kind of like money, and then literally like a 5-minute drive down the road, you got Soweto. Which is like, you know, by stark contrast, the single poorest place I have ever been in my entire life. And yeah, it's all quite bizarre, really, because I say it's just a country of. Mate, I don't doubt it for a second. It's just like we actually went for we went on a guided tour of Soweto. We saw like the Nelson Mandela monuments, and I can't remember what it was called now. The wall. I think there was a big shooting or something like that several years earlier, if I remember right. They've got like a big wall as a monument and stuff. They've got all these kind of things there, And yeah, it's just honestly, it's like it's so surreal being there and seeing it all, and you know what you know from like your own life experiences are just not echoed there. It's like it is like not like the life we live here in the UK at all. It's just different. But yeah, it's weird. But like I say, I'd love to take my wife there to kind of go and experience it for herself. Oh, and I went to the casino in Johannesburg as well, near the airport. That was good. I didn't realise like casinos there are like our shopping malls here, aren't they? You've got like cinemas in them, restaurants, and all sorts of things. It's not like, you know, it's like you go to like in Solihull if you wanted to go to the do you know one of my favourite candidates I ever interviewed? I kept in touch with him for years afterwards. Actually, he was a guy called Jody Pillay, and he was the deputy chief of police for the Gauteng police force, and he was an Indian guy, and honestly, God, this guy was like an Indian James Bond. So we had a load of architects and engineers who were like desk jockeys from Crawley in the UK, sitting around this like table to interview these guys, and he walks in, and he had literally just he'd just done an air marshalling job on the plane, like to land at Johannesburg to like come in for the interview. And he walks into the interview with these engineers, sits down at the table with them, and bear in mind, obviously in Crawley, you know, these guys they're not seeing guns and things. They're not used to that kind of culture. He sits down at the table in front of these four kind of nerdy engineer guys, pulls out a ceramic pistol from his holster under his jacket, plonks it on the table in front of these guys, and starts the interview by saying, "Don't mind the gun." Like, he was, I mean, on various, they didn't recruit him at the time. I can't remember exactly why now. They should have done. He was brilliant, but he used to come out every time we went there. He'd always come and meet us for a pint in the bar at the hotel whenever he was around. He'd always pop and see us, and he'd always come and have a little catch up and stuff. And it was really nice, kind of keeping in touch and catching up with him. And the stories he used to tell us, I mean, honestly, the guy's a raconteur and a half. Like, he'd keep us entertained all night long with his stories of, you know, what goes on. But I remember he was terrified. He was heading up the whole security reinforcement thing for the World Cup when they were having. Was it the Olympics or the World Cup they had? I forget which one now. Might have been the World Cup. So yeah, the World Cup. Yeah, he was heading up the thing, and he was just basically saying like there was no way they were going to be ready for the like infrastructure-wise and culturally, the culture of the country. Sorry, he did not think was going to be ready for like the world to descend and start coming in en masse. And again, I don't know. I never revisited the whole thing later on, but I don't know. I imagine there probably were some issues, but I didn't really hear an awful lot about any. But he was just like, they're never going to be ready for it. Do you know what I mean? He was always concerned about that. Yeah, I miss the food there, man. I miss the food. Yeah, so I don't remember reading any horror stories about it, so it can't have been too bad. I think I can call that there. You know, the head's bigger than I wanted it to be, so I'll just shrink the whole head down. I think, but. Let's just get in here and give him some big old claws. Oh, no, that's wrong. Oh, we got the same issue now. We had little ball teeth before, and now we got little ball toenails. Looks comical, doesn't it? Let's just mask them all off individually, and then I can just stretch them all out one by one into the kind of shapes I need. Well, let's go underneath. It's got to be about the right kind of size. It's not the right profile, but it's the right size. It's the same again on the back toes. Right, let's just a couple of little ridge lines on the back of the toes. What I'll do is I will isolate all of these in a minute, completely remove them from the mesh here. Rich, how you doing, mate? If you've only just joined, you've just missed me reminiscing over the food in South Africa, which I know as a vegan you wouldn't be mad keen on anyway there, but. You keeping well today, dude? Yeah, this is the Hellhound today, mate. This is the Hellhound. So, hopefully, it doesn't look too reminiscent of anything you're familiar with. Right, let me just split my unmasked parts off, which is the toenails. I'm going to come in now. I'm just going to polish these. I'm going to give them a little bit of profiling, a little bit of shaping. So just so we'll do a little crest line across the top. How are you today, Rich? Anyway, you having a lunch break, or you finished lunch and just chilling now, or what you on, mate? What you on? Just flatten out the underside of the toenails. Christmas shopping with the missus this close to Christmas, mate? Are you mental? Are you mad? I hope you're stopping for like mulled wine and hot chocolate and whiskey and all that kind of good stuff. That's the only way to do Christmas shopping at this time of year. I'm in a very fortunate position myself. Oh, you little legend. Good man. I'm very fortunate. I hate shopping. My missus loves it. So Hayley will literally just take the brains and just go out and just get everything. So she'll just like, she'll nick my bank card, but she'll actually go out and physically pick up everything. So the last of our little bits of Christmas shopping was like picking up all the food for Christmas Day. And she went and did that the other night. Yesterday or Saturday? I forget. She's been and done it anyway. So we've now got like all of our Christmas food is in. So I haven't even got to deal with that now. I just have to cook stuff and prepare it and whatever. So. Oh, of course, yeah. You've been busy, haven't you? You've been a doggy daddy and doggy doctor. Right, I need to do a extra little toe on each of these feet, don't I, for the dogs? Because they have that little... What's the point of that little extra toe they have that's like hanging halfway up the leg? Oh, he can go out now, can he? It's good that he's on the mend, mate. The dew claw, yes. That, right. So what's the point of that? What's the point of it? I need a little reference for that because this is one of the other things as well. Whenever you're sculpting anything, never assume you know. Like what things look like. You can do so much stuff from memory, but you always need to make sure that you you need the references. If you don't have the references, it's going to be nigh on impossible for you to kind of make it believable. It's like if somebody turns around to you and says, draw a helicopter. If you don't know what a helicopter is going to look like, it's going to look like some kind of like mad cartoon character or something. The only way you're going to be able to draw a helicopter is by pulling up references of it and drawing from reference. Now the issue you'll always have, right, so we have, I was right here, so we have a carpal pad it's called, a little bit at the back here. And then it's called the spur, and it's like a little toe with a little claw. So I'm just going to sculpt the claw straight on here. So there we go. Right, I'm going to put the polish on. There we go. A bit of polish going on there. Now that is just too thin, so I need to sort that out. That's frankly bloody awful. auto group. Let's take some of the random scabby bits out and get rid. Right, so I am actually pretty happy with that as an anatomy base. I mean, what do you guys think? Kind of dog-like enough? I am going to add a little bit of a little horn to the back of the back of the head, I think. Let's just give that a little bit of what do we call these little ridge lines in the right, and now, thank you guys. Let me just save that so I don't do something stupid and lose it. We're going to add a collar. Right, now here's a tip for you. Let me see if I can make this work, because I've tried this several times and I have failed. So let me just have a little gander. Let's see if I can make it happen this time. So I'm going to add some geometry to divide it a little bit so it smooths out, and I'm going to dynamesh it so it's just a sculptable mesh. And now what I want to do is I'm going to go for, oh, where did they put it now? Is it Stager? That's the one. Right, so this is home stage, and that is target stage. There we go, and now I can switch from one to the other. So I'm going to sculpt on this whilst it's in home stage, and then I can work on the let's put a bit of radial symmetry on so I can sculpt around. This is like doing a lathe, so I can do this like a kind of a lathe type. See? How do I do this? Do I do it like a chain, or do I do it as a spiky collar? Let's do a spiky collar. Let's just do let's put 10 spikes around the collar. And if I go to my light box, I'm going to go to my brushes. I've got some spike tools which are quick and easy. I mean, it's not difficult to make a spike, as you saw when I did the I should have moved that, and you know, let's just undo that a second. I'm going to reduce my Z intensity to about 50, so it's half the height. So basically the way that spike came out before is because it was at 100%, so it's going to come out at 100% height. To set the intensity down, then it's going to become lower in height, so it's going to have a lower profile. And again, when you're doing like 3D printables, those big long spikes aren't necessarily the best. They might look good, but they're not necessarily the best for printing. So something that's got a smaller, shallower profile is going to be a bit more effective. So I need to go to my brush settings. I'm just going to change the depth of the brush. So you can see here it's the center point there is the dot. So you can see it's just sat straight on top of the thing. So if I bring that down so it's about there, it's going to be embedded into the surface. So when I draw this out now, there you go. That is like well and truly in. So I can let's divide. Oh, no. Let's divide that once. Just give it a little bit of smoothness. And I'm going to group polish the whole thing. And now, via the miracle of the stager, da-dung, it lives around his neck. I'll shrink it down so it fits. Well, that was a mistake. Oh, I've stuffed it up now. Oh well. There you go, there's the stager in action anyway, kind of. Right, now, fire. Right, I need symmetry off for this whole operation, because if I try and do fire symmetrically it's going to look bloody awful. Although really I should stop and do the fire when it's posed, I think. Oh, I'm going to start it off. I'm going to start it. Little bit of fire. I'm not going to do too much. I just want to have a placeholder for it almost. So I'm going to duplicate that, and I want it here too. Right, I'm going to mirror and weld this. So this is going to be coming out of the ribs that are on the side of the guy. Right, this is where I need to isolate some other bits so I can get in and actually sculpt this. So let's just make sure I can see where I'm going. Right, so this one's going to come down into here. And that one flicking over. That little bit I'll bring up into there as well. And then I need this little piece coming in here. There we go. A little fire. Back. I'm just going to reinforce these gaps in the ribs here. Oh. It leaned on the keyboard then. You can see I don't think I actually did any. Did I do any proper smoothing on this, or did I just have I just polished it? I think I just polished it. Just want that bit round here. Put that over here. I can see I've just thinking that there. Just need to make that a little bit thicker. I'm not going to do anything with that. And then his eyes, I feel like he needs fire coming out his eyes, so I'm just going to do a little let's mirror him all that. I might, yeah, do you know what, I'm going to also coming out his mouth as well. Mouth and eyes, there we go. Make sure we see his actual eyeballs in there. I certainly don't want to be doing any fur on him, so I want him to look sinewy and oh, that makes him look badass, doesn't it? Looks well mean now with those little fiery tendril eyebrow things going on. So again, I'm going to leave that as a placeholder for now. And then the only other thing I need to do is just let's mask the tail off, extract, accept. Let's delete the internal geometry of the tail. Oh, no, cancel. Don't want to do that. And yeah, with symmetry on, I'm just going to move this up because I want this to be sat on top of the tail. Nice. Right, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to, as a teeny tiny little detail, I'm just going to do it so it looks like the fire is coming from between the bones on the tail. So I'm going to just carve away the bits where the bones are, just a touch. Just we've got these little tendrils that are going to be leaning into the gaps between the tailbones. And then I'll turn symmetry off when he's posed. There you go. So, there we have a Hellhound. I think I'll have a few wisps of flame coming from underneath the collar as well. They won't just be coming from over the top. I just need to bring that neck down a touch. It's got to come underneath the... There we go. That's better. There we go. So one burning, creepy ass Hellhound. Well, guys, I am going to put you on a BRB for a second while I run up to the house and pop to the loo and grab myself another pint of squash. And I will be back to you guys very shortly to get this guy cloned multiple times and posed up, so we've got a nice little pack of the buggers. Okay, if you've got any thoughts about poses, chuck them into the stream, into the chat, and I'll have a look at them on return. See you in a minute, gents, ladies, gentlemen, all of you. Right, back in a minute. Right guys, back from my ad break. Got myself a chicken cup of soup. A bit of, don't know, what passes for sustenance. We're at that horrible time of year where we've got like so much food in the house it's not even funny. But you're not allowed to touch any of it until Christmas. So I'm still mooching around trying to figure out what I can eat and what I can't eat. So, chicken cup of soup it is. I do, mate. Well, I don't. Oh, you mean proper ads? You mean like something that I get paid for? I don't even know how to do that, mate. I'd rather put my my BRB screen on so you can get inspired by some of my old, well, not old, but some of my figures in my range, and get a prompt to go and buy stuff. So I can get a few pence from the 3 people that are watching, seeing an advert, or I could get, 20-30 quid from a sale on a website. I'll push my own sales any day of the week, to be honest, give them a choice. But yeah, I think longer term, if the viewer numbers are up, I'll definitely put them on. But would you not rather see some pretty renders and get inspired? Look at that handsome fella. Do you know what though? I don't even know. I don't even know how much I've ever made off Twitch. I've been doing it since September, and I think I hit affiliate in October. So it's not. I've not been doing it that long, but I think I've made about £3 since October from the act of streaming. Do you know what I mean? So it's not a lot, but. Well, thank you very much, sir. Oh yes, so you did. 2 hours ago you subscribed to Prime. I didn't even notice that. And Thorascal as well. Thank you very much, people. See, I need to be better with my alerts and my alarms, man. Now, to be honest, I mean, the main thing I want to try and aim at is I want to try and get some better integration going between the between the streaming and the Patreon, because for a long time they've been very well. For a long time, the streaming hasn't been here, but the Patreon kind of exists in the same way that many other people's Patreons do, where it's just a place to go and get a bunch of models for cheap every month, and that's not really what I want to just. I don't want to just be doing that. I want to kind of contribute more. Help you guys with your, the hobbying side of things, and contribute to your, hobbying, and help you progress and stuff like that, as well as, just selling your stuff. Dude, you've done well getting 50 quid from lockdown, though. What's that? 0.15 pence and whatnot. Now it's you got quite a few subs, haven't you, on yours? Quite a few followers and whatnot. Yeah, for me it's more. I more want to encourage people to be kind of come and be part of the community, basically. So, join the Discord channel, take part in the challenges, contribute towards the sculpting discussions we're having. Where we're talking about, like, early doors, making this guy have a skull head and things like that. Those kind of, ideas I'll bat around, and then you guys get a chance to kind of jump in and, take part. Younger Blood, how you doing? Hope you keeping well today. Yeah, yeah, Hellhound. Nice flaming Hellhound for you today. I might do. Do you think it'd be overkill if I put a little bit of fire on the feet as well, or I'm going to keep it as it is for now. I'm not going to overdo it. Let's not over-egg it. All alright actually, thank you. The chest infection's pretty much all gone now, thankfully. My antibiotics are all wrapped up and stuff. It's still a little bit. It's warmed up outside as well now. It was we had temperatures as low as -8 last week, and we've gone up to about 14 degrees today. It's like positively tropical. What are you up to today anyway? Anything nice? You chilling? You working? Have you finished for Christmas? Our kids are off now, so they're going to be around and about for age is making things difficult. Not streaming wise, at least. You know, love them to bits, but they are they are disruptive when it comes to that kind of stuff. Guys, if you missed it earlier as well, I just want to show you this because this is the next pin-up model I'm working on. So ignore the goofy face. That's not it's not finalised at the moment, but I'll show you the eyes because I've just done a little bit. Well, so I've just done it. It's all hand painted textures at the moment here. So this is all, you know, hand painted in the golden eyes. Need to finish an art. I've done the feathers on her as well, so I've used a combination of purples into a kind of a turquoise colour, like a teal, to get this going on. So she's going to be she's a tiefling warlock. So she's got a little table that is going to accompany her. Got like a little voodoo doll with a dagger, little bunch of heather, some crystals and a rock, a little crystal ball palantir type thing, a couple of apples because what's the witch with no apples? A quill pen, a little scroll. The spell book, human skull with a few candles in it, some potion bottles and whatnot, and then a little skeletal rat sat on the floor, scrounging for scraps. So the plan is there's going to be a like a chaise lounge type chair here, and she's going to be sat like lay down on the chair, kind of with a pot of tea floating in midair, like a teapot. Pouring tea into a cup that she's got in her hand, and then she's got a little spell book floating in front of her, and she's flicking through the spell book. And then there'll be like a little. It's either going to be a tressing or just a standard cat, kind of like prowling like on the side of the chaise lounge, ready to dive down and grab this skeletal rat. So, you know, nice character, a couple of little bits of interest and intrigue in the scene. So that'll be a little Kickstarter project model for January. So about a £6 or £7 kind of buy-in on the Kickstarter, I think. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting her finished over Christmas. Do you know, there's so many things I've said I'm going to do over Christmas. I think I must have absolutely unlimited amounts of time. Right, let's take this dude. I need. Where is she? That is what I need. Right, so the Hellhound. We're just exporting a component to our component library where stuff lives. So here. Whoa. That was misjudged. Right, I just need to scale this dog correctly. So she's a 32mm humanoid. At least she's an elf, obviously. And that is a imp. I want this hellhound to be correctly scaled, so I think that big, mate. Oops. Turn symmetry off. What do you think? Is that the right size for a hellhound, or should we go bigger? You know, speaking of chicken cuppa soup, which we totally were, you know what I mean? Yeah. Let's take him to a waist height, shall we? About there? Yeah, I think that. So I can do an alpha then and make it shoulder height. I think that works quite nicely there. Bigger than the imps as well then, which is cool. So yeah, years ago when I was doing all my like facilities management thing as me day job. I just need to merge visible here. Awesome sauce. Yeah, I was doing. We had these vending machines, these new coffee machines delivered, and they were like, you know, like bean to cup kind of things. So they had like grinders in them and stuff. Absolute bane of my life. Constantly breaking down. The grinders were always like busting themselves up and stuff. It was just a nuisance. And they put soup in the machine, so there was like a soup dispenser option. And the day I installed it, we had a guy come up to me in the office and says, "Oh, Dan, I've just had soup out of the machine." And I was like, "Oh, have you? I haven't tried it yet. Is it nice?" He went, "It's chicken." And I was like, "Okay, was it nice?" He's like, "I don't know. I'm vegetarian. I can't have it." He says, "Can we get some vegetarian soup in the machine, like a, you know, what do you call it, like a tomato or something like that, or vegetable soup? Just can I put something like that in there?" I says, "Well, I'll tell you what." I said, "I'll phone him up and I'll ask him." And then, like, throughout the day, then I had like probably about 4 other members of staff who were vegetarian or vegan come and complain about this soup. And basically, I got onto the vending company. I phoned them up and asked them. I said, "Look," I said, "Guys," we're getting complaints here about the soup not being vegetarian. You know, can we get an option other than chicken, please?" And the response was, "Oh yeah, the chicken is vegetarian. The chicken soup's vegetarian." I'm like, "How's that work?" So, they're like, "Oh, it's actually vegan chicken soup." It's like, well, how? Don't tell me it's chicken soup, but then tell me it's vegan. You know, no one's going to buy that. You try and explain it to all the guys then, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't believe you." But apparently they sent me over the ingredient sheet and there was absolutely nothing even remotely meaty in it. So God knows what makes chicken soup chickeny. Although actually I don't think it is it? It's like, you know when you get crisps? You get roast chicken flavoured crisps. And they never taste like roast chicken, do they? They taste like roast chicken crisps. Let's merge that together. Yeah, pretty much that's it, isn't it? Flavouring, that ever ambiguous term you see on ingredient packets. Flavourings. I saw a thing a while back, and I don't know if there's any truth in it or if it's like it's been used in the past or whatever else, but apparently artificial strawberry flavour, I think it is, comes from the anal glands of otters or something stupid like that, or beavers. I think it's beavers. It's beavers' anal glands, which, like, if that doesn't put you off, like strawberry sweets. Beaver anal gland secretions. How would that? If that was actually on the ingredients list of your sweets packets, I don't think anyone would buy them ever. Makes me cringe even thinking about it. Let's delete these two because I don't need them in the scene. I'll split the rule off, and I'm going to it does come from there. Oh, you heard it as well then? It's not just me kind of... Yeah, let's stay off the old strawberry bootlaces from now on, I think. There's a ruler. And so you come in for the sculpting and you go away with a life lesson and a whole host of other random crap you didn't even know. Now I'm sure it's strawberry or raspberry that they use it for. You know, I'm going to do a quick Google on this now because I don't want to just misinform you entirely. Well, I've just searched for strawberry flavour anal gland, which is probably a weird search to have, and it's definitely showing me pictures of beavers, as you can see. Decades ago it says, but whether they still do it or not. Oh, it enhances vanilla substitutes as well apparently, so you were right about vanilla. The chance of encountering Ode the Beaver in food today is slim to none. So it's a historical thing rather than a current thing, so that's the small mercies. You can go back to your Haribos and have no issues around it. Castorium apparently it's called. Who knew, eh? Who knew? Right, my wife has just messaged me. I've got a small task I need to complete in the house, so I might have to just leave you guys a second just while I run and do something quick. Right, so basically I've now duplicated this this Hellhound 5 times. I'm just going to hide the other 4. I need some images to use for poses. Let's get some pose references. Anything you want to see a Hellhound doing, by the way, other than standing around looking menacing? So this is what I was saying earlier. If you were in the conversation like a fair bit earlier, I was talking about the posing process being quite destructive. Ah, right, that's what's going on. Yeah, so I was talking about the posing process being quite destructive to the anatomy. Basically saying how the pose would need to be adjusted after. The anatomy will have to be adjusted after posing to compensate for something like the get me words out in a second. Just adjusting and balancing this pose a touch. Yeah, so the muscle groups and the anatomy and stuff is going to deform a fair bit. And one of the things you need to make sure is that the balance is there. So I'm just going to line the front paw and I think I'm going to do some tweaking on the tail pose. Make sure symmetry's off now. So with this one, because we've got the little joints in the bones, I'm going to mask off to the joint. I'm not concerned about the fire because that's going to get completely resculpted. So let's just rotate the body there. Lower the head, tilt it that way. I'm going to mask off a touch more of the neck. Move the mask up. Turn again. Okay, first pose is done. Obviously it needs the sculpting past doing and the the refining, but the pose itself is done. Right, before I do Hellhound 2, I need to just run to the house and do the other thing that I need to do. I won't say what it is because there's kids watching, it's gonna ruin some surprises. There we go. Right, I'm going to put you on a BRB and I will literally be 2 minutes, guys. I'll be straight back with you to do some more posing. Okay. Right guys, mission accomplished. Doctor, how you doing? How you doing today? So I've got one posed Hellhound. Need to get a couple of extras done. So I'm going to pick a couple of oh nice, what are you making today? Four hands of time once belonging to the great grandfather of time. Are they going to have like time freezing effects, or are they going to be other temporal distortion type things, or? Out of the roll, how you doing? Nobody controls the Hellhound. No, I tell a lie, I'm joking. I was just being dramatic. So these are Hellhounds that we have in. Oh man, I am going to put a cone on one of them just for giggles. As a variant, of course, he will have a proper thing, but I'm definitely going to put one with a vet's cone, the cone of shame. Absolutely, definitely. But yeah, these guys are for the Descent into Avernus campaign. So we encounter Merregons, like trailing around with them, using them like pack hounds, like hunting dogs. So I've done the Merregons already. I need to add a couple of these guys in. So this is posing, this is a rough and dirty kind of thing. Oh, nice. Well, out of the roll, if you want any Descent into Avernus stuff, basically that's all I've been making for the last 12 months. Probably more. I think it was about September 2021, I think I started doing them. Basically, everything I've made for a long time now is all been geared up around running that campaign, which I intend to do. just want to make sure I've got some nice stuff for it first. I might even package it up as a little Kickstarter bundle, because I know I've obviously released it all as like Patreon stuff, but if people aren't aware of that and they haven't seen it, or they don't put 2 and 2 together, I may do a little, you know, Descent into Avernus compatible campaign bundle thing. No, it'd be a personal game. I don't really have the time to kind of commit to doing like more types of streaming, if that makes sense. So it'll just be for a few friends, get some use out of my models and stuff. I don't get nearly enough gaming time these days. It bums me out a little bit sometimes. So I've always loved the gaming and the painting aspects of the hobby and stuff. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, it's one of those areas that isn't kind of part of my what I do for a living kind of thing. So it suffers a little bit sometimes. So there we go, we've got 2 more static ones, and then we'll go for 2 more actiony posed. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'd probably only use the models for encounters and stuff like that, so you know, they'll be there to kind of give you a flavour of the characters who they're encountering, but primarily it'll be a case of, you know, here's an encounter we're staging, and we'll just use it for use the models to kind of position everybody and give you context for the scene. Because D&D is a weird one, because it's better with minis, but obviously you don't need them. What are you up to then? What are you working on? When I'm positioning this, I'm going to pick it from the jaw, get it at the jawline. Let's bring that back into there. I think I'll put a proper tongue in there as well, I think. A green screen table set, nice. Ah, well, I'll have to check that out. Scooby-Doo 5th edition. I'll have to do an unmasked version of this guy then, with a Great Dane underneath. Well, you mentioned the Scooby-Doo thing before. How are you getting on with that? Got a mystery machine, mystery machine horse and cart, something on. I'm going to need a little rock under his foot here. accidentally unmasked something that I shouldn't do? Yeah, I have. If you ever position your mouse cursor or your widget by using the centering tool and it doesn't center, chances are that you've stuffed up somewhere along the line and got something out of place. I'm going to go more extreme with this one. Let's bring this up. And then let's move the arm position down. There we go. Okay, so that's 2 more static ones done, but let me just put a rock under his foot. Oops, that's not correct. I've just screwed that up, have I? Oh well, that's one hell of an international lineup. There you go. England, Ireland, Germany, and Moldova. Very nice, that. Oops. Right, I've definitely screwed this up because I've now made this guy 29 million polys, so let's get pairing that one right back down because that's absolute overkill. It's gone from 1.4 million to 29 million polys, so let's just redo that at a lower res. It's still 7 mil. It would appear 128 resolution is still too high on this guy, so let's drop it to 104 perhaps. How is that higher? Right, let's go to. Right, let's see. Well, kind of ZBrush performance more than anything else. Ultimately, it's got to be decimated to go onto the 3D printer. So it'll end up at like 600. Like at the moment, I've got 2.492 million polys on this one model. Before you saw it was 1.29. But the final print models will be like the imps here, little farting imps. This guy is 131,000, and that's kind of somewhere between there and about 500,000 is what I'll be aiming for decimation for the final print model. And that means it's light enough weight that file size will be small, and it's light enough weight that your slicer, even if your laptop isn't like top spec or your PC is not top spec, your slicer won't struggle with it. So decimation is critically important. But in terms of here now, I like to keep the polys quite low while I'm sculpting, just because when you're like smoothing things out, it's easier to smooth when you've got a lower poly count. So it's easier to work with the geometry. Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that. The slicing's not too bad, but like sometimes when you put a file into the slicer, it like really lags. I had one from I want to say it was from Torchlight Studios, or Daybreak Miniatures. Oh, it was awful. It was a it was a big Space Wolf model, which is no longer visible in any of their. Oh, it might have been Torchlight actually. Torchlight, I think. It was a Space Wolf model, and it was super high polygon count. It was chopped up terribly. It had literally thousands of islands that were unsupported in it, and scaling was all off. Everything about it was just wrong. It was just bad. The model was beautiful, but it wasn't appropriate for printing. And when I tried to load it in, I think it had like 14 different parts, and each of them was roughly around about 1 gigabyte to 1.5 gigabyte in size. So it had never been decimated basically. And I did try and give them feedback, but they didn't respond. And now the files got pulled, and I'm pretty sure it was GW giving them a cease and desist, arse kicking, because of there was no disputing they'd made a Space Wolf. Do you know what I mean? It was, no matter what you call it, it was a Space Wolf. Had all the imagery and iconography and everything. So, right, Hellhound 2. Let me just turn this thing into a rock, or rock-ish. I need to do a model at some point. It's got like a rock strapped to its backpack, so it's you know, like a hero model that's got his. Oh, that'd be a good NPC, wouldn't it? Like the heroic foot on rock pose, but he's just in case he's never got a rock handy, he carries one round on his back. Yeah, do you know what? You should never have to do stuff like that. The guys making these models need to know. They need to know that they're fit for purpose, or they're not fit for purpose. And if they're not fit for purpose, they need to be addressing it really. You know, you guys shouldn't be guinea pigs, like having to fix all this stuff. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Unless you know, if you're going in and modifying it and converting it for your own means, fair enough. But even simple things like repairing a model, I don't think the customer should need to worry about that. If you're going to supply an STL model to the customer, it needs to be ready to go onto a print slicer as an absolute minimum. So, and again, you know, these guys need to be getting a printer and actually printing the models. Hey, backy jerk Herthy. I'll call you Backy. How you doing? Oh no, it's just a bot. I spent so long trying to figure out what the name was, I didn't even read the content. Yeah, I figured it out as soon as I said the name and then read the content. I should have read the content first, shouldn't I? Right, I'll have 3. Let's go for something animated here, I think. Let's go for get it back nice and straight. Let's get the arms here. You get on with some work, matey? Oh, I can click the name and ban them. Ho, ho, ho. I've never waved a ban hammer yet. Let me try it, let me try it. No, wrong one. I think I'll just... Do I just block them or... Ah, ban. There we go. Ban you. Haha. The ban hammer has been slammed. That's pure, unadulterated power. But it was a bot and I don't know any better, so... I don't even know, they've just been banned. Let's rotate the arms down. I'm going to leave this guy's tail as it is. Not going to interfere with that too much. Yeah, I don't understand who sees bot messages in a chat and goes, that sounds like a brilliant idea, I'll click on that, I'll go on that link, let's follow it up and see what happens. Like, are there really people who are like that oblivious that will actually do it? There's always one, isn't there? I'll tell you my favourite one I keep seeing lately. Have you seen this thing called, it's called Samcart or Sampay or something like that? Have you come across that one? Grow your Instagram following to like some randomly weird, very specific number, like 107,000, 107,000 or something like that in a month. Grow your Instagram following from 0 to 107,462 in a month or something like that. You see it, and like you know, they're promoting that they can do all this, and they've got all these tips and techniques and things for you to follow, and they know all the stuff. Thank you, younger blood. I will say though, I've been ill with a chest infection for a while, so I'm drinking about 20 pints of water a day at the moment, and well, fluids of various kinds. So yeah, but the thing is, this like 107,000 thing, right? The thing that makes me laugh is the guys who are on the account posting it. They've only got like 3,000 followers. It's like, you know, if you really want to sell, that you can, you know, show somebody how to grow their audience. You know, do you not really think they need to kind of lead by example and prove that they've done it themselves, and you know, use their own advice? Because at the moment they're showing people nothing. You know, there's no reason to have any faith in them, is there? I think I'm going to do some like little scabby bandages and straps and stuff on these guys. So. Yeah, I use Instagram all the time. I think I get better responses on Instagram posts than I do on Facebook posts. I do quite like it as a platform, but it's like anything, and it's all a little bit hard work to try and get things done. Try and build that audience and everything else, but Right, so if these are doing this, what the bloody hell is that back leg going to be doing? Let's grab a picture of a greyhound running. Aha, there we go. So remember I said the posing here is really rough, so once the posing is done, I will have to come back in and just do a bit of a sculpting pass on it all. So here, as you can see, we've got this big lumpy gnarly kind of chunk of ankle meat. It's got to come down. So like little stuff like that we'll have to just tweak and adjust, and no, that was a mistake. There we go. Let's straighten his tail out. Give us a sense of movement. Same here. Let's just almost makes this into a clenched fist kind of thing. Okay, so that is 4 of 5 Hellhounds posed. Let's get this last one on. Let's go for could probably do with another running one. Let me go back to my greyhounds. Let's find another. God, why does every photograph of a greyhound look like it's flying like Superman? Like arms and legs are both like out. Look. Maybe something like that with both of the front legs down between. That could work, couldn't it? Yeah, let's do it. Hide that ruler because it's getting in my way. Annoying me. Bear in mind the hard work is not over once this posing is done, so I've got to go back and do the sculpting pass on everything. Reposition to the shoulder here. Let's pivot up, and I'm going to bend the body over as well. So I'm just going to here. Let's just have that, and then we'll take the back legs and the tail. Tap it a few times to soften the mask. Okay. Right, now with these legs, that's what I need to do it. Let's put that one down to here. Let's turn the symmetry off because I don't need it on at the moment. So what I can do is I can connect both of those, and I can maybe stick a rock down here, because this is definitely going to need an anchor point, because there's absolutely cackle here that is keeping this guy on the ground. And his head up. Let's have him looking upwards. See how daylight is running away, man. One of the things I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make sure his mouth is filled, because at the moment, like I say, you can see a gap all the way through here between his bottom jaw and his top jaw. So before this is finalised for printing, what I need to do is I need to make sure the inside of the mouth is solid. So that's either fire or it's something else, but. Right, so none of these guys are symmetrical now. So let's split them all, spread them all out. Oh god. Let's spread them all out. Hellhound 1. Number 2. Three can stay where he is. 4 can come over here. I think I need to, what have I done there to his tower? I haven't noticed that. How did I manage to clip off his toes? Oh, let's sort it in the sculpting pass. And then number 5. So I'll bring over here. Okay, so let's save that now. Well, let's merge the bits that need merging. We'll do the that'll be it. Do groups again, about 72 resolution. Okay, now just this body, I'm just going to come in, all of these little cavities and holes, I'm going to use the inflate brush on. Anywhere I've got like weird geometry like this, overlaps and things like that, we're going to smooth those out. We're going to use the smoothing brush first. If the smoothing brush on its own doesn't work, we're going to run the inflate brush over it. Any gaps and chasms like this, we're going to fill with the inflate brush. So we can fill certain areas with things like the flames and stuff like that, so we can cover off some of the dodgy bits. But yeah, a lot of it is going to have to just be like sculpted back in. But it's not the end of the world, it's not no massive hardship. Like I was saying earlier on, like, don't get too attached to any of the detail you do. It's a good guide, but ultimately you've got to kind of give it a proper pass afterwards anyway. Right, now I have got dynamic tessellation on here, so when I'm doing all of this inflating and whatever else, it is adding geometry, and it is going to make it kind of quite rough on the surface. So we're going to come back in and sculpt over it all anyway. This is just trying to solidify and fill in some of those forms. Make sure we haven't got any holes in the anatomy, like that. Just here. Certainly that one there. That's getting filled in. Okay. Now let's just fill that bit there. It's going to bring the 2 feet together, so that is going to come together as a single piece. Okay, let's unmerge him and let's redo my Dynamesh. And now I'm going to come back to the clay brush, clay build-up brush. Back to the anatomy. We're going to redo some of this anatomy from earlier on. So again, just looking at the forms, where they come in, where the muscles are coming from. Keep a little hip bone in there. It wasn't on the original sculpt, but I like it. Makes them look emaciated a little bit, like they're really starving. And if they're starving, they're going to mess you up. So it makes them that little bit scarier. Right, joints like this, we're going to come in with a smaller brush. Back into this. Right, just down here we've got some mangled geometry. We'll sort out some of that. Deformed like joints and whatnot, where it's all folded over on itself, which is fine, but obviously we just need to clean it up. Coca, how you doing? What's the computer program you're using to design? It's Zbrush, mate. So it's used to be Pixelogic. They sold it out to Maxon. So if you've got a Maxon subscription, I can't remember what Cinema 4D is it they run. If you have their subscription, you get Zbrush with that now. But excuse me. Yeah, it's a brilliant bit of kit for doing sculpting. I'm not a 3D modeler. I am a sculptor because my background is digital clay. Digital clay is actual polymer clay, like green stuff and milliput and things like that for making minis with. And the reason I picked Zbrush over other sculpting packages is because like the technique I'm using here is actually not dissimilar to what I would use working with actual clay. And it allowed me to adapt my old workflows, my old techniques into a modern media, essentially. Thank you for joining the stream today as well. So I don't know if you saw earlier on, I started this with kind of a basic sphere, roughed out a form, and then spent a bit of time looking at dog anatomy. So this is a Hellhound. So obviously it's a fantasy creature, but I needed to use actual references from life to get it believable. I'm just going to pull the fire on this. Wants to be going backwards, doesn't it? We don't want any forwards movement. This dog is running. We use dynamic tessellation now. No worries, mate. They do various different versions of it as well. So you can get Zbrush Core Mini, and I think that's it actually. But they basically, if you go in on the lower levels, you've got limited functionality in terms of like custom brushes and tools and things. But you can still do like quite a bit of what I'm doing now. I think you can certainly use enough to be able to do sculpted miniatures for 3D printing. And then obviously if you like it, I think there's upgrade options then to, you haven't got to spend the full. I think when I bought the software it was about, I think I paid about £700 for the software back in about 2010, and it's on like a lifetime license, so they do like free upgrades forever. I'm sure that'll stop at some point since it's been sold on. I can't imagine Max honouring that forever. They'll come up with some kind of little workaround. They'll rebrand it or they'll do something. But basically, Zbrush, as it stands now, you should be getting free updates forever on it. But again, the features they've added so far, I'm perfectly happy with. I don't feel like I'd actually need any new features. So I'm just doing a little bit of detail to the fire here. Add a little bit of twisty intrigue, because fire is obviously, it's quite a difficult thing to sculpt because it's not actually a physical thing, is it? It's a light effect more than anything else. But it has a very kind of very unique, very organic kind of shape to it that changes all the time, and it is because of that quite difficult to get right sometimes. The one I normally do with fire is I sculpt this kind of like, well, it's similar to how I do hair actually. We have these like strands coming up. Every so often pull one with the snake hooks brush. Give it this kind of visual look. and then I'll come in with the orb cracks. Just reinforce some of these curves. But twist it like that. So it's breaking up the form from the basic. I mean, adding some twists and turns and extra bits of intrigue to it. Right, so there is Tailfire. I'll tell you what, in the last couple of minutes, all light seems to have just completely disappeared in here. It's gone pitch black. Right, now these flames coming out of the ribs, I'm just going to do the same with these. A few little twists and turns. But I do need to bring them into the body a touch, so let's just give them a little bit of variety. So there's no, I don't want it symmetrical on both sides. And directionally, they do need to be pointing backwards to go with the movement of the model. It really annoys me when you see like people have made models and they haven't taken into consideration the the proper direction of movement. Because even a nice sculpt can look wooden and flat if that's not done properly. We'll do the neck fire. Let's have a little branch off here. This is the snake hook with dynamic tessellation on, so I'm using it to pull shapes like this, and then I can pull off little spin-off bits. They're all going to be quite thin and wispy, so let's add a bit of bulk to them using the inflate brush. And then I can come back into them then, and I'll do what I did before, so I'll do the little bit of sculpting pass on them. So we'll come up and over and round. Let's go organic. Following the forms. Different heights, different depths. treat it like hair a little bit. So we want to see some like stranding going on, and then we can come back and deal with that with a little bit of extra detailing. And what I can do here as well, if I've got any little gaps that I don't want, I can use the fire to fill the gaps. Little intertwining dancing fire, so you know, get in with itself. Lots of twisting, lots of turning, some changes of direction. Have a few little pull-outs. So again, let's come into here. Let's smooth over this that I've just done, just a touch, just to level out and remove some of the jaggedness, make it look more organic. Let's take the orb cracks brush again. I'm going to do some more of my little swipes. It's important when you're doing these to have the lazy mouse turned on as well. If your lazy mouse isn't on, if you haven't got your lazy mouse on, then you're going to be what do we call it? You're going to not have the smoothness to your lines. Bunker, what are you asking? You need some honey and lemon. To be honest, mate, I've done all that kind of stuff. And annoyingly, I've been absolutely fine until I've come down to my office today, and then it's kind of like kicking up a little bit again. So I don't know if it's the environment in here with the like being colder and stuff than in the house. But yeah, it's the actual cough I mean the cough was killing me before. It, like, I'd pulled all the muscles in my chest and between my ribs and stuff, and constantly coughing. Anytime I tried to talk, it was cough kind of thing. And now that's kind of past. It's not such a big deal, but I am still having. It's more clear in my throat than anything else at the moment. It just feels like, do you know what I mean? It's not like a cough. It's more like throat clearing. It's just bloody annoying, frankly. For you guys as much as for me, I assume. It annoys the hell out of me. Yeah, I think I'm past the honey and lemon kind of being effective at the moment. Yeah, it could be low heat. The doctor actually said that the other day. I need to put a wet flannel on the radiator to get some moisture into the air. So it could well be that actually. We've got it in the house. I just don't have it down my office. Good shout actually. I shall give that a go. I've got the heaters running down here, haven't I? So I can do 3D printing as well. So it's like we've got the heaters are going to be just drying the air out no end. Not just for 3D printing, just to make the office habitable in the last few weeks. But actually, do you know what? I'm just going to pop the light on a second. I'll check the thermometer because it's got a humid. What's it called now when you check the? Well, I've got 46% humidity in the office apparently, so I don't even know if that's good or bad. Yeah, you're probably right to be fair. Hang on a second, I was going to brew a coffee up again, so just give me a second while I just mute you guys. Sorry guys, I made a terrible mess then as soon as I was trying to make this drink, and it's spilling like water everywhere. Having to do a little bit of clean up operation. It's all sorted now then. It's probably having to fill your coffee machine from a jug. Okay, right, so I can see here I've got a few little issues I need to just address, which I like to do with filling in holes. I use some of this fire to come back and close this little gap here, which I just don't want. Okay, this bit here I'm going to bring forward so it closes in. Over here is not an issue, that's fine. We'll bring the jaw back so it touches. I think I'll bring that in, I'll bring that down a bit so it's touching the jaw a bit more. Don't really want these little wisps free hanging. Not given a choice. Okay, I do need to fill the mouth still. And then actually this guy is pretty much done. I just need to sort this neck out actually. Let's just I was going to mute you again a second so the wife's called in. Sorted. So she's coming back with the kids in a minute. So I'll have to log off and go and play Daddy for a bit. So first one is Oh no, I've got to fill his mouth, haven't I said? Let's use mesh insert. Let's just drop a sphere in there. And I just need to push that just beyond the teeth, because the teeth are going to be what's the word now? Like if you put an ink wash on, we want the teeth to like show up, but not be what's the word? Just doing some unelegant just mesh dragging here, just to close some gaps. It don't look sexy, but it serves a purpose. Same with the teeth. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw back in like this. Oh, it's an actual face steamer thing you're on about, mate. Do you know what, actually, I went to the doctors a while back about something I had an issue with that was like this little lingering cough. And they, I didn't think it was going to work, but they prescribed antihistamine, sorry. And what I actually found was I was using Beckinase through the winter, which I'd normally use in the summer for hay fever, and it helped clear it up. I've run out of Beckinase at the moment, so I need to pick some more up really, but maybe it'll work, maybe it'll be worthwhile trying. Search for personal humidifier brings up airbrushes. I'm sure that's just know thy customer, isn't it? Is what that is, Bunker. Honestly, love, I promise I was looking at humidifiers. I don't know how I ended up buying an airbrush. So again, yeah, I'm just gonna paint the teeth in behind, just fill them in. Because the less like free hanging teeth you've got, the better. So I mean, you don't want them to be too free hanging and pointing. Right, I'm just going to run the inflate brush just around the eye sockets at the bottom, because I think what I've done is I've created a gap between the eye and the eye socket, which, you know, I don't really want that. I don't want a gap. Right, and this one I'm ready to call finished. Do the same with this one. I'm going to group masked. I'm going to Dynamesh. I'm just going to come in and just fill all of this, all of these holes and these big gaps in the anatomy. Fill them all in. Get them done quick. Re-Dynamesh. Come back with a second sculpting pass. And we'll pick up some like tying in the muscles in the second round. Also good, and get back in here because something is going squiff with this. Close holes, auto groups. Right, I've got a few random polys down there, so I'm just going to highlight anything I want to keep. Right, back to the torso and the body. Inflate brush. Squiff. I think it's a me term, mate. It's I don't think it's a UK term. It's just something I say. Squiffy. This means not quite right. A little bit gnarly, a bit cack-handed. You know, I don't know. Cack-handed's another UK one, isn't it? But you say something's a bit squiff, yeah, it just means it's just not right. You'll hear me say cack sometimes as well, and it's a kind of it's a variant of saying something shite. Skewiff, yeah. A bit squiffy. Bit of build up needed there in the elbow, I can see. Yeah, I tell you, it's one of the things I love about English is like all of the like the regional variations of the same thing. Like, depending on where you are in the country, there's like a dozen different ways of saying something. And I feel like sometimes you can get the gist of what we're trying to say by the tone of it, without actually even understanding what it really means. Like that knee is like stretched and deformed. Let me just straighten that up. Yeah, I suppose it's the same here, but like obviously it's again if you kind of twist the context, if it's not straight and level, then it's not right, and it's still the terminology still applies. Right, redo my Dynamesh. Let's redo this anatomy. Large brush size, let's get in just... So far down south, are you, banker? Down south. Bedfordshire. Nice, mate, nice. You're doing a mission and a half to get up to Chilcon in Sheffield then? Some dedication that is, mate. Nice, mate, nice. That's a you know, I hope Steve's reimbursing you for that. Something ain't right. Do you know, I watched this video the other day, and I'm still not sure if the guy's like, if it was a genuine accent or not. But it was this like guy with like a, you know, the Cajun style accent kind of thing, like making pork scratchings, pork cracklings. And he was doing it in a massive, great big pot, and it just reminded me of you know, like Bobby Boucher in the Waterboy film with Adam Sandler. And it was like, it was so like that, and I weren't sure if he was, you know, hamming it up, or if that genuinely is how the guy speaks. And half the comments on the video were about how fake his accent sounded, and the poor guy's there if it's genuine. What his name was now. Very entertaining to watch though. I enjoyed watching him make them. A little bit of reshaping of the foot here a little bit. So I've bent it round uniformly, and it shouldn't be. They've got to get to a point soon where they're making a killing on these shows, because, you know, they're getting better every single time, and I think the attendance is going to be kind of growing and growing and growing. And the next one's a bigger venue, isn't it, if I remember right? Or the one, not the one in April, but the next Sheffield one they're going to be doing is going to be a larger venue. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and do my redneck accent on the on air, because it'll be one of those things will be remembered for, you know, rather than the sculpting work or anything else. It'll be like, what, do you remember when Dan did that stupid accent on screen? That'll be the thing that'll get clipped and pinned to the page. Do I have to? So yeah, I normally pay for my spot, but this time round I can't show you properly, but I don't know if you can just see here. I've got a little file called Chilcon Spud. So I've struck a deal with Steve. This next one I'm doing the what do you call it? The trophy sculpts for the painting competition. So, you know, they had that little Viking sculpt of Spud. Well, I've done a different one for each of the painting competitions. So we've got the fantasy category. I'm not going to ruin it and tell you what they all are, but we've got the painting category. Oh no, the only reason I can't show you it, well, I can't show you because I don't know if I haven't cleared it with Steve, but also because I'll have to open the file and stuff, and I'm obviously midway through the thingy dudes. But if Steve's alright with it, I'll show you on another stream. But yeah, basically it's there's one for fantasy, there's one for historical, one for like best in show, one for vehicle, and one for sci-fi. So the vehicle one's the only one I haven't finished yet, because I've got to basically sculpt Spud in some kind of like little chibi tank. It's going to take a little bit more effort, and I just need to get them all printed up and sent over to Steve and Jono, so they can get them like golded up, ready to go on the trophy plimps and stuff. So yeah, should be fun. I don't know if they're going to be planning to sell them as, like, you know, special edition minis or anything like that. But have I done vehicles much? Not really. I've recently done a mech that turned out epic, and that was for a client job. And I've done things like horse and cart and stuff like that. But in terms of, in the past I've made things like tanks and stuff like that, but I tend not to do an awful lot of those kinds of things. Can do them. You know, I'll turn my hand to pretty much anything, but it just takes an awful lot longer to make those kinds of things. So yeah, he's going to want to save it for the day, I think, mate. He's going to be doing a big reveal on them soon, I think, anyway. He said he wants to start pushing it and kind of actually like advertising the shows. So I think after Christmas, I think there's going to be a big push on to start advertising for the next April one in Sheffield. So and I know he's asked me for renders and get the models over to him for then. So he's gonna be using them as part of the showcase, I think. I hope the food provisions are better on this next chill con. I think they've learned a big lesson from the last one. Like all of the food vans literally cancelled. Like the one that was supposed to attend, reckon they had a breakdown on the day or something like that. And then nobody turns up. And it was like everybody was just starving, and we lost quite a lot of customers, I think, around about lunchtime, just because everybody just disappeared to like head off to try and find food because there was like nothing on site. So it was you know, people came back afterwards, but I imagine there was a lot of people who just kind of went and never bothered coming back. So yeah, next time I think they need to make sure they've got their, you know, plenty of food provisions, lots of backup in place, you know, all of that kind of stuff. Right, so did you go to this Sheffield one, the last one then? Were we chatting there, if I remember right? Yeah, that was it, the cake lady, man. Yeah, that was it. Oh yeah, I let you have my my last one, didn't I? The one out of my case, was it? Oh, do you know what? I don't know if I don't think I've said anything about this actually, but I need to have a little bit of a push on with it. But come back to my website a minute. I have added in resin miniatures the lucky dips. Remember the lucky dips I had at the you got to do it in the Mario voice because that's what it sounds like now. It's a me, a bunker. We had the lucky dip at the on the stand at the at Chilcon, and I've added it to the store now. So basically, anytime anybody places an order online, I need to try and get this on there as like an upsell just to remind them. Basically, you can just chuck a Lucky Dip entry, and we'll just throw a random Lucky Dip model in there for you. Like £2. So I've got a massive collection of Lucky Dip models in here now, because what I do is every time I do a print bed, any gaps in the print bed I fill with stuff, and I just put random minis in there, just to, like from the collection, anything that'll fit basically. I'm just trying to fill the spaces, and I've got this like little bucket of random minis basically they're not part of anybody's order. They're just here. So they could be like skeletons. They could be one of the Saracen guys, or just anyone really. But so yeah, so Lucky Dip's back. And it'll be back at ChillCon as well. That never slowed down, that never. That was like that Lucky Dip was a stroke of genius, I think. We made so much money off it. It was nearly empty by the time we got home. But like literally from the moment we pulled the stand up, we had traders like shoving their hands in it, like, you know, they were walking around the hall before the customers went in. Yeah, it went down really well. I'm hoping it'll be a hit on the website as well. Because the other thing is, if I ever get like a misprint and I end up with a partial set, then I can sort them out. Oh, I need to add her to the site actually, saying that, mate. If you're going to be at ChillCon in April, if you can wait until then, I'll run one off and make sure I've got one. Make sure I've got one for them. Especially for you, mate. Especially for you. Just need to let me know if you want 75mm or the 120mm. Oh, that was a mistake. So my wife messaged saying she was coming back with the kids. Let's get some. Let's get these flames done. Oh mate, if you got anything you specifically want before the show, like message me beforehand and I'll get it prepped for you, so I can make sure there's we've got all the stuff made up. I'll put it in a little bag aside with your name on it, so you ain't got to worry about whether or not we've got the stock by the time you get round. Let's just bring these back into the body again. Yeah, Bunker, I'll get you a little special something sorted out as well for for the show, as a thank you for keeping me company all these streams. Right, let me just check. I think just a message from the wife. Yeah. Right guys, my wife is on her way back with the kids now, and I've got to go in and get some dinner on with them. So let me just pull the screen up. We'll see what we've been working on. So there we go. We've got 5 vicious looking hellhounds. Yeah, we'll sort that one out for you, Bunker, mate. I'll sort you out with the air thing. I'll see if I can get you the rest of the city guard set ready as well, so you've got the full workings of them. Okay, so I am going to carry on with these tomorrow, perhaps, possibly on stream. I've got a little bit of sculpting to do later for a client, so I won't be able to do them this evening. But that's 2 out of 5 pretty much finished. I just need to do the flames around his head. And then I'll be throwing them up into the Patreon. So this month's offering so far, anybody who is subscribed to the Patreon, they'll be getting these 5 beautiful creatures when they're finished. They'll be getting this little collection of imps. So we've got the one with the big wings and the flying. We've got the little hair here, little sneaky ones. We've got the little fat dude, big baby face, and we've got the little farting imp. So all of those guys will be on the selections for this month, and I can't see, but there was 3 quasits here. These 3 little guys. Again, the person's for scale, but these 3 little guys are also in this month. So it's a gribbly little month this month. If I've got time, I still want to add a Narzugon into the mix, which will be basically like a Hell Knight Fallen Paladin riding on a flaming Hell Nightmare. So if I get time to do it, I will add it in. But at the very minimum this month, you've got a big cluster of imps. You've got the Quasits, and we've got a pack of Hellhounds. So you know, decent little collection. I think it's about £6.50. That's £6.50 for the lot on the Patreon. So if that's your jam and you wanted to get them, time to get in now. They will all be available on the store as well, and they will be available on the in resin very shortly. And also, oh yeah, the other one that's missing from this collection as well, which I haven't showed anybody at the moment, was let me just grab him in before I have to dash. The other miniature for this month, which is the festive one, is St. Nicholas. There he is, little dwarf Santa. All fully supported and ready to go. And any orders placed on the STL on the STLs, on my actual website on thelionstower.com, any resin orders placed now between now and New Year, they'll be getting this guy for free. So as long as you order over 40 quid's worth, he'll be chucked in as a freebie for you. So yeah, if you want him, get an order in now. The orders won't be shipped until after Christmas now. But yeah, as soon as they're ready, this little dude will be included in the order. Right, guys, again, thank you all for tuning in and joining me. I won't be raiding out because I've got an impending deposit of family dropping in the front door shortly. Bunker, thanks for dropping in the Discord link again. Appreciate the assist. So yeah, I will be back before Christmas, I think. Possibly Thursday for a stream, but I have got the kids around, so we'll see how it goes. If I don't see you all before Christmas, then have a fantastic break. And yeah, so I'll be back in New Year with more good stuff, and the tuition sessions and tutorials and stuff all getting launched too. So again, guys, thank you all very much. Take it all easy, and yeah, if I'm sculpting later on, I might be in the Discord for a chat if anyone's around. So I'll pop a little message up, and I may just jump in and just dip into the Discord chat. Okay. So yeah, take it easy, everybody, and have a fantastic Christmas. See you all later. Thanks again.